Hello, everyone, and welcome to this course. Over the duration of this program, we aim to build your capabilities to become a true HR powerhouse, equipped with a comprehensive understanding of the human resources domain. We will systematically develop your expertise, starting with foundational HR principles and progressing towards more sophisticated strategic approaches. This journey is designed to provide you with the essential knowledge and practical skills necessary to excel in today's dynamic workplace. Our approach is structured to guide you through different facets of HR management in a logical sequence. We will explore fundamental areas like core functions and compliance before delving into crucial topics such as talent acquisition, performance management, and strategic human resources initiatives. Each step builds upon the last, ensuring a solid understanding as we move forward. By completing this course, you will not only grasp the theoretical underpinnings of HR, but also gain actionable insights into applying these concepts effectively. You will learn how HR serves as a vital partner to business leadership, driving organizational success through its people practices. The skills you develop here will empower you to make a significant positive impact within any organization. We have an exciting path ahead, covering everything from attracting top talent and fostering employee growth to navigating complex employee relations and leveraging HR technology. This program is your guide to mastering the essential competencies needed to thrive as an HR professional. Let's get started on this transformative learning experience together. Thanks for joining me for this introduction. See you in the next lecture. Hello. Welcome back as we delve into the essential core of human resources, understanding precisely what HR does and why its functions are so fundamentally critical to any successful organization. It's easy to see HR as just a collection of administrative tasks, but its real value lies in its strategic positioning and its comprehensive role in managing the organization's most vital asset, its people. HR serves as a crucial link, balancing the needs and well-being of individual employees with the overarching goals and operational demands of the business itself. Think of HR as the engine's skilled mechanic and navigation system, all in one package for the organizational vehicle. They aren't merely fixing parts. They're ensuring the entire mechanism runs smoothly, remains legally compliant, and is pointed in the right strategic direction by managing the human energy that powers it. This involves a delicate dance between proactive planning and reactive problem solving, always with an eye on both the immediate situation and the long-term organizational health. Their work is foundational, enabling others to perform their roles effectively. The functions of HR are quite diverse, touching every part of the employee life cycle within the company. We'll explore the key areas that form the backbone of the HR department, seeing how each piece contributes to the larger organizational puzzle. Understanding these distinct functions provides a clear picture of HR's breadth and the expertise required to manage them effectively in today's complex business environment. Each function, while distinct, is interconnected and contributes to a cohesive people strategy. Foremost among these functions is recruitment, the process of identifying, attracting, interviewing, selecting, hiring, and onboarding employees. This goes far beyond merely filling empty seats. It's about finding the right talent with the necessary skills, experience, and cultural fit to drive the business forward. A robust recruitment process ensures that the organization has the human capital it needs, when it needs it, to execute its strategy and maintain a competitive edge in the market. Getting recruitment right is incredibly important because employing the wrong person can be a costly mistake, not just in terms of wasted time and money, but also in terms of team dynamics and overall morale. HR professionals employ various strategies like designing effective job descriptions, utilizing diverse sourcing channels from online platforms to professional networks, and implementing structured interviewing processes to mitigate bias and improve selection accuracy. They're the gatekeepers, ensuring quality talent enters the organization. Consider a technology company needing to hire a highly specialized software engineer. The HR team doesn't just post an ad. They first work with the engineering leadership to understand the specific technical requirements and team culture, then craft a compelling job description that accurately reflects the role. They might actively source passive candidates through industry connections or specialized platforms, screen resumes for specific keywords and experience, coordinate technical assessments, and conduct behavioral interviews to gauge problem-solving skills and teamwork fit. This thorough process drastically increases the chances of hiring a successful employee who can contribute significantly from day one, avoiding the disruption and expense associated with a poor hire. Once a new employee is hired, the critical follow-up function is onboarding. This process is designed to integrate new hires into the company culture, provide them with the tools and information they need to become productive quickly, and make them feel welcome and valued. It's much more than simply completing paperwork. It's a strategic investment in the new employee's success and long-term retention within the organization. A positive onboarding experience sets the stage for future engagement and productivity. Effective onboarding significantly reduces the time it takes for new employees to reach full productivity and decreases early turnover rates, which can be particularly high if new hires feel lost or unsupported. HR structures orientation programs that introduce company values, explain policies and procedures, provide necessary training on systems and tools, and facilitate introductions to colleagues and key stakeholders. This structured approach ensures a smoother transition period for both the new hire and their team, minimizing disruption and maximizing efficiency. Imagine a new marketing specialist joining a firm. Without proper onboarding, they might spend weeks simply trying to figure out who to ask for help or how to access necessary software. A well-designed onboarding program coordinated by HR would ensure their accounts are set up on day one. They receive immediate training on the company's marketing automation platform, and they have scheduled introductory meetings with their team and cross-functional partners in sales and product development. This plan integration helps them quickly understand their role within the broader context and start contributing meaningfully much sooner than they otherwise could, demonstrating the direct link between HR functions and operational efficiency. Next up is performance management, a continuous process of setting goals, providing feedback, evaluating performance, and developing employee skills to align individual contributions with organizational objectives. It's not intended to be a punitive annual event, but rather a framework for ongoing dialogue and growth between employees and their managers. This function is vital for ensuring employees understand what is expected of them and how their work contributes to the company's success. Through performance management, HR helps establish clear expectations, facilitates regular check-ins, and supports mechanisms for constructive feedback, both positive and corrective. This process enables managers to identify high performers for recognition and development opportunities, while also identifying employees who may need additional support or training to meet their goals. It provides a structured way to monitor progress, address challenges, and align individual efforts with departmental and organizational priorities, ensuring accountability across the workforce. Consider a sales team. HR's performance management framework would likely involve setting specific sales targets, SMART goals, scheduling regular one-on-one meetings between managers and sales reps to discuss progress and challenges, and conducting periodic reviews. If a sales rep is struggling to meet quotas, the system facilitates identifying the root cause, perhaps a lack of product knowledge or sales technique training, and allows HR and the manager to collaborate on a development plan, such as enrolling the rep in a sales skills workshop or providing coaching. This ongoing support helps the employee improve and ultimately benefits the company's bottom line through increased sales performance. Employee relations is another cornerstone function, focusing on managing the relationship between the employer and its employees fairly and consistently. This involves addressing workplace issues, resolving conflicts, handling grievances, administering disciplinary actions when necessary, and fostering a positive and respectful work environment. It's about upholding company policies while also ensuring employees feel heard and treated equitably, maintaining trust and communication within the organization. This function plays a crucial role in maintaining morale and productivity by providing clear channels for communication and conflict resolution. HR serves as a neutral party in disputes, investigates allegations of misconduct or policy violations, and ensures that actions taken comply with both internal policies and external labor laws. Effective employee relations minimizes disruptions caused by internal conflict and creates a stable working environment where employees can focus on their jobs without undue stress or anxiety. For instance, if a disagreement arises between two team members that is negatively impacting their collaboration and productivity, the HR team might step in to mediate. They would meet with each employee separately to understand their perspective, then facilitate a joint meeting to help them communicate constructively and find a resolution. In a more serious scenario, like investigating a complaint of harassment, HR conducts a thorough and impartial investigation, interviews all relevant parties, gathers evidence, and makes recommendations for appropriate corrective action based on findings and company policy. This ensures fairness and helps maintain a respectful workplace. Compliance forms a fundamental, non-negotiable aspect of HR's responsibilities, involving adhering to a vast array of employment laws and regulations at the local, regional, and national levels. This covers areas such as equal employment opportunity, wage and hour laws, workplace safety standards, and regulations regarding employee benefits and leave. Failing to comply with these legal requirements can expose the organization to significant legal risks, fines, lawsuits, and reputational damage. HR professionals must stay updated on ever-changing legislation and ensure that company policies and practices are strictly compliant. This includes everything from ensuring job postings do not discriminate based on protected characteristics to properly classifying employees, e.g., exempt versus non-exempt for overtime rules, and maintaining accurate records. They work proactively to educate managers and employees on relevant laws and policies, creating a culture of legal awareness throughout the organization. Consider a change in minimum wage laws in the region where the company operates. HR immediately updates payroll systems to reflect the new rate for all affected employees, reviews internal wage policies to ensure they still comply, and communicates the change to the workforce. If new workplace safety regulations are introduced, HR collaborates with operations to update safety manuals and training programs, conducts workplace inspections to identify hazards, and ensures necessary safety equipment is readily available, thereby protecting employees and avoiding potential fines from regulatory bodies. This diligent attention to compliance is absolutely essential for the legal and ethical functioning of the business. Beyond these distinct functions, a crucial element of HR's role is its partnership with leadership to drive organizational strategy. HR isn't just executing tasks. It's providing insights into the workforce's capabilities, challenges, and potential, informing strategic planning from a people perspective. They help leaders understand how human capital impacts business objectives and how HR initiatives can support achieving those goals, making HR a true strategic partner rather than merely a support function. This strategic partnership involves translating business goals into actionable people strategies. For example, if the company plans to enter a new market requiring a different skill set, HR helps determine workforce needs, develops recruitment strategies to acquire that talent, or initiates training programs to upskill existing employees. If the strategy involves cost reduction, HR might analyze compensation structures and benefit plans for efficiencies or develop strategies to manage workforce size ethically and legally, directly contributing to the business strategy success. HR leaders increasingly participate in executive-level strategy meetings, bringing data and insights on employee engagement, talent availability, organizational capacity, and cultural dynamics. They help shape decisions related to organizational structure, mergers and acquisitions from a people integration perspective, and long-term workforce planning. Their input ensures that strategic plans are realistic from a human capital standpoint and that the organization can effectively mobilize its people to achieve its vision. Ultimately, all these functions converge on a single critical outcome: fostering a productive workplace. When HR effectively recruits the right talent, integrates them smoothly, manages performance constructively, resolves employee issues fairly, and ensures a legally compliant environment, it creates conditions where employees can perform at their best. A workplace where employees feel safe, respected, supported, and clear on their goals is inherently more productive and innovative. HR influences workplace productivity through various channels, from establishing fair compensation and benefits that motivate employees to implementing well-being programs that reduce stress and absenteeism. They help build a positive organizational culture through promoting company values and behaviors, and they ensure open communication channels exist for feedback and ideas. By addressing issues proactively and investing in employee development, HR directly contributes to the energy, engagement, and effectiveness of the workforce, which in turn drives business results. So, comprehending HR's role means recognizing it as an indispensable element of organizational success, facilitating everything from talent acquisition and development to legal compliance and positive employee relations. This comprehensive scope demonstrates that HR impacts every employee's experience and every aspect of the business's operational efficiency and strategic capability. It's a dynamic and complex field that requires both strategic thinking and compassionate management of human capital. See you in the next lecture. Hello, and welcome back. Today we're going to delve into a foundational area for any HR professional: the intricate world of employment law and the critical importance of compliance within an organization. Think of this as the bedrock upon which fair and functional workplaces are built, providing the necessary structure to protect both the business and its people. Without a solid understanding here, even the most well-intentioned HR strategies can crumble under legal scrutiny. Navigating the legal landscape isn't always straightforward. Laws governing the employer-employee relationship are numerous and complex, spanning federal, state, and sometimes even local jurisdictions. They cover everything from who you can hire and how you must pay them, to the conditions under which they work and how you manage disciplinary actions or separations. Our goal today is to equip you with the essential knowledge to understand these core obligations and develop a proactive approach to legal compliance. One of the primary pillars of employment law addresses the fundamental concept of equal opportunity in the workplace, explicitly prohibiting discrimination based on certain protected characteristics. While the specific list can vary slightly depending on location, common protected grounds often include race, color, religion, sex, including sexual orientation and gender identity, national origin, age, disability, and veteran status. Legislation around the world aims to ensure that employment decisions, whether in hiring, promotion, compensation, or termination, are made based purely on qualifications and performance, not bias against these characteristics. Understanding these anti-discrimination laws is crucial because violation can lead to significant legal challenges, including costly lawsuits, hefty fines, and severe damage to an organization's reputation. HR professionals are often on the front lines, ensuring recruitment processes are fair, handling employee complaints related to discrimination, and educating the workforce about respectful interactions and equal treatment. Developing and consistently applying policies that prohibit harassment and discrimination is a key preventative measure here. Another cornerstone of employment law relates to labor standards, which dictate the minimum conditions and compensation employers must provide to their workers. This area typically covers aspects like minimum wage requirements, rules around overtime, pay calculation, stipulations for meal and rest breaks, and regulations concerning child labor. Adhering to these standards isn't just a legal obligation. It's a matter of fundamental fairness and helps ensure employees receive equitable treatment for their time and effort. Failure to comply with wage and hour laws, even due to genuine mistakes in calculation or record keeping, can result in significant back pay liabilities, government penalties, and class action lawsuits. HR needs to meticulously track employee hours, classify employees correctly, e.g., exempt versus non-exempt from overtime, and understand the specific wage and hour requirements applicable to their workforce. Implementing robust timekeeping systems and conducting regular internal audits are effective ways to mitigate risks in this area. Workplace safety and health regulations constitute another critical component of employment law designed to protect employees from harm in their working environment. These laws place a clear responsibility on employers to provide a workplace free from recognized hazards that are causing or are likely to cause death or serious physical harm, and require compliance with specific safety and health standards relevant to their industry. This includes everything from ensuring proper safety equipment is available to implementing procedures for handling hazardous materials or responding to emergencies. HR plays a vital role in fostering a culture of safety, which goes beyond merely posting required safety notices. This involves collaborating with management to identify potential hazards, establishing and enforcing safety policies and training programs, investigating workplace accidents, and maintaining necessary records. A proactive approach to safety not only prevents injuries and saves lives, but also reduces workers' compensation costs and avoids potential regulatory fines associated with noncompliance. So, given the breadth and complexity of these legal requirements, why is compliance such a paramount concern for HR and the organization as a whole? Primarily, it's about mitigating legal risk, minimizing the likelihood of investigations, lawsuits, and penalties that can arise for violations of employment laws. Noncompliance can result in substantial financial costs, including legal fees, settlements, damages, and governmental fines, sometimes amounting to millions of dollars depending on the severity and scale of the violation. Beyond the financial implications, diligent compliance is essential for safeguarding employee rights and promoting a fair working environment. Employees have legal protections regarding how they are treated, paid, and the conditions under which they work, and HR serves as a key guardian of these rights within the organizational structure. Ensuring these rights are respected legally helps build trust and reinforces the employer's commitment to treating its workforce ethically and fairly. Ultimately, effective compliance contributes significantly to maintaining organizational integrity and protecting the employer brand. An organization known for treating its employees fairly, providing safe working conditions, and adhering to legal standards is more likely to attract and retain talent, foster positive employee relations, and be viewed favorably by customers, investors, and the public. This ethical foundation is a strategic asset, not just a legal burden. Ensuring compliance is an ongoing process, not a one-time fix, and requires a multifaceted strategy. One of the most fundamental steps involves staying rigorously updated on federal, state, and local employment laws and any changes to their interpretation or enforcement priorities. This often means subscribing to legal updates, attending relevant training, and consulting with legal counsel when navigating complex or ambiguous situations. Another critical strategy involves developing and implementing clear, comprehensive internal policies and procedures that reflect current legal requirements. Employee handbooks are a prime example, serving as a central repository for information on topics like equal employment opportunity, wage and hour rules, safety protocols, and disciplinary processes. These documents should be regularly reviewed and updated to ensure they remain legally compliant and are effectively communicated to all employees. Providing training to managers and employees on employment law essentials and company policies is indispensable. Supervisors, in particular, need to understand their roles and responsibilities in applying policies fairly, recognizing potential legal issues, like requests for accommodation or reports of harassment, and knowing when to escalate concerns to HR. Educating the entire workforce helps create a shared understanding of expected conduct and legal protections. Maintaining accurate and defensible records is also absolutely vital for compliance. This includes documentation related to hiring and termination decisions, performance appraisals, disciplinary actions, wage and hour records, workplace incidents, and requests for leave or accommodation. Proper documentation provides necessary evidence if a legal challenge arises and is often required for audits by regulatory agencies. So diligent record keeping is a practical necessity. Finally, conducting regular internal audits of HR practices and policies can help identify areas of noncompliance before they lead to legal issues. An audit might review job descriptions for compliance with disability laws, check wage calculations for accuracy, or assess whether safety training is being conducted effectively. Proactively identifying and correcting issues is far less costly and disruptive than responding to a government investigation or a lawsuit. Consider a simple scenario. An employee requests leave for a serious health condition. If the organization isn't familiar with the Family and Medical Leave Act, FMLA, requirements, they might deny the request improperly, leading to a potential compliance violation and employee relations issue. Conversely, understanding the law allows HR to guide the employee through the correct process, manage their leave appropriately, and maintain compliance. Or imagine a hiring scenario where a well-meaning manager asks questions about a candidate's family plans during an interview, which could be construed as discriminatory based on protected characteristics like sex or age. HR training on lawful interviewing techniques would prevent this, ensuring questions focus solely on job-related qualifications and experience, thus mitigating the risk of a discrimination claim. These examples highlight how specific legal knowledge translates directly into sound HR practice and risk avoidance. Ultimately, effective employment law compliance isn't merely about avoiding punishment. It's about building a robust, ethical, and sustainable organization where employees are treated with dignity and fairness, fostering a positive and productive work environment. It allows HR to perform its other functions like talent acquisition and performance management on a solid and defensible legal foundation. Mastering these essentials is therefore non-negotiable for success in this field. Understanding the basics of employment law and compliance is fundamental to your role in HR. See you in the next lecture. Welcome back. Having explored compliance and the legal landscape in the previous discussion, it feels right to shift our focus now to the ethical dimensions of human resources and how we can build workplaces where everyone feels they belong and can thrive. These aren't just abstract concepts. They underpin the very foundation of a fair and effective HR practice, mitigating risk and fostering a positive environment more powerfully than mere regulations can. Ultimately, ethical conduct and a genuine commitment to diversity and inclusion are essential for long-term organizational health and success. At its core, HR ethics is about applying principles of fairness, honesty, respect, and integrity to all aspects of managing people within an organization. It's about making decisions that are not just legally compliant, but morally sound and equitable, considering the impact on individuals, the organization, and society at large. This requires HR professionals to cultivate a strong moral compass and consistently act in a manner that upholds trust and professional standards, even when faced with difficult trade-offs or conflicting priorities. Think about scenarios that frequently arise: handling confidential employee information, making hiring or promotion decisions, administering disciplinary actions, or investigating complaints. In each instance, ethical principles guide us toward transparency, impartiality, and respecting privacy, ensuring that employees are treated with dignity and that processes are perceived as fair. Failing to adhere to ethical standards erodes trust, exposes the organization to legal action, and damages the HR function's credibility, making it impossible to act as a trusted advisor to employees and leadership. Consider the confidential nature of personal data contained within HR records, encompassing everything from medical information and salary details to performance reviews. HR professionals have a profound ethical and legal obligation to safeguard this information, ensuring it is accessed only by authorized personnel for legitimate business purposes. Unauthorized disclosure, whether accidental or intentional, can have devastating consequences for individuals and severely compromise the organization's reputation, underlining the critical importance of robust data security protocols and discretion. Another area where ethics is paramount is in conflict of interest situations, which can arise when the personal interests of an HR professional or manager could potentially influence or appear to influence objective decision-making regarding an employee. Recognizing and proactively managing these conflicts, perhaps by recusing oneself from a decision or escalating it, is vital for maintaining impartiality and ensuring that decisions about hiring, promotions, or grievances are based solely on merit and relevant criteria. Upholding this impartiality reinforces the principle of fairness throughout the organization and builds confidence in HR processes. Now, let's turn our attention to diversity, a concept that has evolved significantly beyond simple demographics to encompass a wide array of differences among people. While historically focusing on protected characteristics like race, gender, age, religion, disability, and national origin, the modern understanding of diversity embraces cognitive styles, socioeconomic backgrounds, sexual orientation, veteran status, personality traits, and even diverse experiences and perspectives gained through life and work. It's recognizing that each individual brings a unique combination of these dimensions, creating a rich tapestry within the workforce. The argument for diversity isn't merely a moral one. It's a strategic imperative with tangible business benefits. Research consistently shows that diverse teams are more innovative, better problem solvers, and more capable of understanding and serving diverse markets and customer bases. By tapping into a broader range of perspectives and experiences, organizations can generate more creative ideas, anticipate market trends more effectively, and make better informed decisions that lead to increased profitability and resilience in a rapidly changing global environment. However, simply having a diverse workforce on paper doesn't automatically unlock these benefits. This is where inclusion comes into play. Inclusion is the active process of creating an environment where every employee feels valued, respected, supported, and empowered to fully participate and contribute their unique talents and perspectives to the organization. It's about ensuring that individuals feel a sense of belonging and psychological safety, knowing their voice will be heard and that they will be treated fairly, regardless of their background or identity. Think of diversity as being invited to the party, while inclusion is being asked to dance and having your music preferences considered in the playlist. Without inclusion, diversity can lead to feelings of isolation, frustration, and eventual departure among employees who don't feel accepted or that their contributions are genuinely valued. An inclusive culture requires deliberate effort to dismantle barriers, challenge biases, and ensure equitable access to opportunities for growth and advancement, moving beyond tokenism to genuine equity. Strategies for fostering diversity and inclusion span the entire employee life cycle, beginning with recruitment and stretching through development, performance management, and promotion. In recruitment, this means actively sourcing candidates from diverse talent pools, structuring interviews to mitigate unconscious bias, and using objective criteria for evaluation. It's about ensuring job descriptions use inclusive language and reviewing where and how jobs are advertised to reach a broad range of potential applicants. Training and awareness programs are also critical components, particularly those focused on unconscious bias, cultural competence, and inclusive leadership. Helping employees and managers recognize their own biases and understand the impact of their words and actions on others is foundational to building an inclusive environment. These programs shouldn't be one-off events, but ongoing initiatives that reinforce desired behaviors and foster continuous learning about different perspectives and experiences within the workplace. Creating employee resource groups, ERGs, or affinity groups can also be powerful tools for fostering inclusion and providing support networks for employees from underrepresented groups. These groups offer spaces for connection, shared experience, and professional development, while also providing valuable insights to the organization on how to improve policies and practices. However, it's important that these groups are voluntarily joined and genuinely supported by leadership, rather than being perceived as mere check-the-box initiatives lacking real influence. Leadership commitment is perhaps the single most crucial factor in successful diversity and inclusion initiatives. Without it, efforts often falter or are seen as insincere. Leaders must not only champion D&I outwardly, but also visibly demonstrate inclusive behaviors, hold managers accountable for creating inclusive teams, and ensure D&I is integrated into strategic objectives and business planning. When leaders prioritize D&I and allocate resources to support it, it signals to the entire organization that these values are truly important and permeate the culture. Measuring diversity and inclusion is another essential step, moving beyond good intentions to data-driven action. This involves tracking diversity metrics within the workforce composition at various levels and across different functions. Crucially, it also requires measuring aspects of inclusion through employee surveys that gauge feelings of belonging, psychological safety, fairness and opportunities, and perceptions of leadership commitment to D&I, providing actionable insights into where progress is being made and where gaps remain. Connecting back to ethics, a strong ethical framework provides the necessary foundation for genuine D&I efforts. Ethical principles like fairness, equity, and respect are not just buzzwords, but the very values that drive effective diversity recruitment, equitable promotion processes, and inclusive daily interactions. When ethical standards are upheld consistently, diverse employees are more likely to trust that the organization is committed to their well-being and success, rather than seeing D&I as a superficial initiative. For example, an ethically sound HR team will investigate discrimination or harassment complaints thoroughly and impartially, taking appropriate action regardless of the individuals involved. This shows a commitment to protecting employees and fostering a safe environment, which is fundamental to inclusion. Conversely, unethical practices, such as showing favoritism or ignoring complaint from certain groups, can quickly undermine years of diversity-building efforts and create a toxic, non-inclusive culture. Ultimately, the integration of HR ethics, diversity, and inclusion creates a more just, equitable, and high-performing workplace. It reduces legal risks associated with discrimination and unfair practices, improves employee morale and engagement, and enhances the organization's reputation as an employer of choice. Embracing these principles isn't just about avoiding negative consequences. It's about proactively building a better, more sustainable future for the organization and all the people who work within it. Cultivating this type of environment requires ongoing vigilance, education, and a willingness to acknowledge and address systemic issues within policies, practices, and the organizational culture itself. It's a continuous journey of learning and improvement, recognizing that the needs and expectations of a diverse workforce are constantly evolving. HR professionals are uniquely positioned to lead this effort, acting as catalysts for positive change and ensuring that these essential values are woven into the fabric of the organization. Next, we'll explore how HR can become a truly strategic partner within the organization, aligning human capital initiatives directly with overarching business objectives and contributing measurably to long-term success. See you in the next lecture. Welcome back. Today, we're shifting our focus from the foundational elements of HR towards how the function elevates itself to a truly strategic partner within an organization. Moving beyond the essential administrative tasks and compliance requirements that we've discussed, strategic HR management is about proactively aligning people strategies with the overarching business objectives and long-term vision. This involves anticipating future needs, cultivating the right capabilities, and ensuring that human capital is a source of competitive advantage, not just a cost center. Think about a company setting a bold 5-year growth target, perhaps expanding into new markets or launching innovative new products. Traditional HR would focus on the immediate hiring needs for these initiatives, making sure payroll is processed and policies are followed. Strategic HR, however, would step back and analyze what kind of workforce is needed not just today, but over that entire 5-year horizon, considering skill requirements that don't even exist within the company right now. This proactive approach involves deeply understanding the business strategy itself, not just what the goals are, but how the organization plans to achieve them. Are we competing on cost, innovation, customer service, or something else entirely? Each strategic path requires a different mix of skills, cultures, and organizational structures, and strategic HR is responsible for building and nurturing that specific human resource portfolio to support success. One of the core pillars of strategic HR management is strategic workforce planning. This isn't simply looking at current headcount and projecting modest growth based on historical trends. It's a rigorous process of analyzing the current workforce, forecasting future workforce demand based on the business strategy, identifying the gaps between now and the future, and developing multi-year action plans to close those gaps. It considers external factors like labor market trends, technological advancements, and demographic shifts that could impact talent availability. For instance, if a company's strategy involves adopting advanced AI technologies, strategic workforce planning would assess the current level of AI expertise within the company. It would then forecast how many AI specialists, data scientists, and perhaps even ethicists are needed in the coming years to support this strategy, considering different potential growth scenarios. This analysis reveals the skill gaps, perhaps showing a significant deficit in experienced AI engineers compared to the projected need. Closing these identified gaps becomes the foundation for subsequent HR initiatives. The action plan might involve aggressive external recruitment for immediate needs, but strategically, it will also focus on developing existing employees through training and reskilling programs to build internal capability. Partnership with learning and development becomes crucial here, ensuring that employees are equipped with the futuristic skills required by the business strategy. Sometimes, restructuring roles or leveraging contingent workers might also be part of the solution described in the plan. Another critical component woven into strategic HR is comprehensive talent management. While aspects like recruitment, performance management, and development are standalone functions, strategic talent management considers them as interconnected elements designed to identify, develop, and retain individuals who are critical to achieving strategic objectives. It's about creating an internal pipeline of talent capable of taking on future challenges and leadership roles. Identifying high-potential employees, developing tailored growth plans for them, and ensuring robust succession plans are in place for critical positions are all strategic talent management activities. For a company planning significant international expansion, for example, identifying and developing leaders with global experience and cross-cultural competence becomes a strategic imperative addressed through targeted talent programs. This is far beyond simply filling a vacancy when someone leaves. It's about cultivating future leaders aligned with the strategic direction. Strategic HR leadership actively participates in executive discussions and business planning processes, contributing insights about the organization's human capital strengths and limitations. They anticipate potential people-related risks and opportunities stemming from the business strategy, such as the cultural integration challenges of a planned merger or the talent required to enter a highly competitive market segment. This level of involvement ensures that HR strategies are not just reactive support functions, but proactive drivers of organizational success. Data-driven decision-making is absolutely fundamental to operating as a strategic HR function. Relying solely on intuition or anecdotal evidence is insufficient when making decisions that impact the long-term health and capability of the workforce and millions in investment. Strategic HR professionals leverage data and analytics to understand workforce trends, measure the effectiveness of HR initiatives, and make informed recommendations that are credible and demonstrably linked to business outcomes. This starts with identifying and tracking key HR metrics that go beyond simple counts, focusing instead on those that provide insights into workforce performance, engagement related to strategic priorities, and efficiency. Analyzing voluntary turnover rates, particularly segmented by high-performing employees or those in critical strategic roles, can reveal retention risks that require targeted interventions. Understanding time to fill for key technical roles versus administrative ones can highlight bottlenecks in talent acquisition that impede strategic progress. Connecting HR data with business outcomes is where the real power lies. Can we correlate participation in a specific training program with increased sales performance in a target market segment? Does employee engagement data from teams working on innovation projects differ significantly from others? And if so, what interventions might boost creativity? Leveraging sophisticated analytics, often enabled by modern HR technology systems, allows HR to move beyond reporting on activities to demonstrating tangible business impact and return on investment. Furthermore, data-driven decision-making informs strategic workforce planning by providing accurate projections. Understanding historical hiring trends by role type, the average time it takes employees to progress into leadership positions, or the success rate of internal development programs all feeds into a more accurate forecast of future talent supply and demand. This move towards predictive analytics allows HR to get ahead of potential talent shortages or surpluses. The evolution to strategic HR requires a shift in mindset throughout the HR team, moving from process execution to thinking critically about how their work contributes to the bigger picture. It necessitates developing business acumen within the HR function, enabling HR professionals to understand market dynamics, financial performance indicators, and operational challenges the business faces. This shared understanding allows HR to translate business strategy into actionable people strategies. Ultimately, strategic HR management ensures that an organization's most vital asset, its people, is managed in a way that directly supports its core goals and long-term viability. It's about building an agile, skilled, and motivated workforce capable of executing the business strategy and adapting to future challenges. It positions HR not just as a service provider, but as a key architect of organizational success and a driver of competitive advantage in a dynamic world. Thanks for joining for this look at strategic HR. Hope to see you in the next lecture. Hello again, everyone. Today, we're going to shift our focus quite significantly and talk about something absolutely critical for modern HR, technology. The landscape of work has changed dramatically, influenced by global connectivity and the ubiquitous nature of digital tools, and HR's operations and strategic capabilities are intrinsically tied to its successful adoption of technology. It's no longer just an option. It's a fundamental requirement for efficiency, compliance, and delivering value to an organization. At the core of HR technology often sits what we call an HR information system, or HRIS. Think of an HRIS as the central nervous system for all things related to an organization's people data, a single, integrated platform designed to manage, control, and process HR-related tasks and information. These systems consolidate data that was once scattered across spreadsheets, paper files, and disparate databases into one coherent and accessible location. An effective HRIS typically encompasses several modules, each dedicated to managing a specific HR function. While the exact modules vary between systems, common ones include core HR functions like employee data management, absence tracking, payroll processing, and benefits administration. Having these interconnected means that changes in one area, perhaps an employee's salary, can automatically update relevant records across the system, reducing errors and manual effort. The benefits derived from implementing an HRIS are manifold, impacting everything from administrative burden to strategic insight. Firstly, it dramatically improves efficiency by automating routine tasks and providing self-service options for employees and managers, thereby freeing up the HR team to focus on more complex or strategic initiatives. Secondly, data accuracy is significantly enhanced as information validation rules can be enforced system-wide, mitigating the risk of costly errors in payroll or compliance reporting. Furthermore, an integrated HRIS provides a unified view of the workforce, making reporting and analytics far more robust. Instead of manually compiling data from various sources to understand, say, turnover rates or headcount trends, the system can generate comprehensive reports on demand. This capacity for data-driven insight is invaluable for strategic decision-making, allowing HR to understand workforce dynamics and plan more effectively for the future, connecting technology directly to strategic outcomes we discussed previously. Beyond the core HRIS, technology enables automation across many HR processes. Automation involves using software to perform tasks that were previously done manually, following predefined rules or workflows. This applies to mundane, repetitive tasks that consume significant HR time but add little strategic value. Consider the recruitment process as a prime example where automation offers substantial benefits. Initial candidate screening can involve sifting through hundreds or even thousands of resumes, a time-consuming task that could be partially automated to identify candidates meeting minimum criteria based on keywords or specific qualifications. Automated responses can be sent to applicants acknowledging receipt of their application, keeping candidates informed without manual intervention for each one. Another area ripe for automation is onboarding. A new hire often requires access to various systems, completion of compliance paperwork, and scheduling initial training sessions. An HR technology platform can trigger a series of automated workflows once a job offer is accepted, sending welcome emails, initiating background checks, creating necessary system accounts, and prompting the new employee to complete required digital forms. This automation extends to ongoing employee management tasks as well. Leave requests, expense report submissions, and internal transfer requests can all be managed and routed through automated workflows within an HR system or a dedicated workflow tool. The system can verify eligibility, route requests to the appropriate manager for approval, and automatically update relevant records once approved, ensuring consistency and speeding up processes that historically involved significant paperwork and manual tracking. The impact of automation isn't just about speed, it's also about consistency and compliance. When processes are automated, they follow the same steps every time, greatly reducing the chance of steps being missed or procedures being omitted. This is particularly critical for compliance-related tasks, where misstep can lead to serious regulatory issues, helping HR uphold the legal and ethical standards we've explored in earlier units. Now, let's look at how emerging digital tools are transforming specific HR functions beyond the core HRIS and basic automation. Digital transformation in HR is not just about buying software. It's about rethinking how HR operates using technology to create better experiences for employees and greater strategic impact for the business. It shifts HR from being purely administrative to becoming a strategic partner enabled by data and efficient digital processes. In recruitment, dedicated applicant tracking systems, ATS, are prevalent digital tools that streamline the entire hiring lifecycle. An ATS allows HR departments to post job openings to multiple boards simultaneously, manage candidate applications and communications in a central location, schedule interviews, and track the progress of each candidate through the hiring pipeline. This centralization replaces scattered email threads and spreadsheets, offering a clear overview of recruitment activities and metrics. Consider the use of video interviewing platforms, which have become increasingly popular, especially with the rise of remote work. These tools allow recruiters to conduct initial screening interviews or even final round interviews remotely, saving time and travel costs. Some platforms even offer features like recording and playback, allowing hiring teams to review interviews and share them with colleagues who couldn't attend live. Performance management has also seen significant transformation through technology. Traditional annual performance reviews are often supplemented or replaced by continuous performance management systems. These digital tools facilitate regular check-ins between managers and employees, enable real-time feedback exchange, and track progress towards goals throughout the year, fostering a culture of ongoing development and communication rather than a single high-stakes annual event. Employee engagement is another area where digital tools are making a notable difference. Platforms for conducting quick pulse surveys allow organizations to gauge employee sentiment on specific issues more frequently than traditional annual surveys. Internal communication tools, social recognition platforms for peer-to-peer appreciation, and well-being apps integrated with HR systems all contribute to creating a more connected and engaged workforce, supporting the kind of positive culture we will discuss later. Payroll processing, often a complex and time-sensitive function, relies heavily on technology for accuracy and efficiency. Modern payroll modules, often part of an integrated HRIS or a specialized system, automate calculations, ensure compliance with tax regulations across different jurisdictions, and facilitate direct deposits. Employee self-service portals allow employees to view pay slips, update personal information, and manage tax withholding without requiring HR intervention. Learning and development (L&D) programs are increasingly delivered and managed through learning management systems (LMS). An LMS hosts training content, manages course enrollments, tracks employee completion of required training, and can even assess learning outcomes. This makes it easier for organizations to provide consistent training across dispersed workforces and ensures compliance with mandatory training requirements. The overall goal of leveraging these technologies and pursuing digital transformation in HR is multifaceted. It's about boosting efficiency by eliminating manual, repetitive tasks, enhancing data accuracy by centralizing information and automating data entry and validation, improving the employee experience by providing easy-to-use self-service tools and better communication channels, and ultimately, enabling HR to become a more strategic function by providing access to actionable data and freeing up time for strategic initiatives like workforce planning and talent development. Implementing these technologies isn't without its challenges, of course. Selecting the right system or combination of tools requires careful consideration of organizational needs, budget, and scalability. The implementation process itself can be complex, requiring data migration, system configuration, and integration with other business systems. Change management is crucial to ensure employees and managers adopt the new technologies effectively. Data security and privacy are paramount concerns when dealing with sensitive employee information. Choosing vendors with robust security measures and ensuring compliance with data protection regulations are non-negotiable requirements. Furthermore, staying abreast of rapidly evolving technology and continuously evaluating whether current tools still meet the organization's needs is an ongoing process. Looking ahead, emerging technologies like artificial intelligence, AI, and machine learning are starting to play a role in HR. AI power tools are being used in recruitment for resume analysis and candidate matching, in L&D for personalized learning paths, and even in predicting employee turnover risks. Predictive analytics, driven by machine learning, allows HR to move from simply reporting on what happened to forecasting future trends and proactively addressing potential issues. Mobile HR applications are becoming standard, allowing employees and managers to access HR information and perform tasks on the go. This accessibility enhances the employee experience and fits with the increasing prevalence of remote and flexible work arrangements. The digital transformation journey for HR is continuous, driven by the need to adapt to changing workforce expectations and leverage technology for strategic advantage. By embracing technology and engaging in digital transformation, HR departments can move away from being seen primarily as administrative cost centers. They become dynamic, data-driven functions that contribute significantly to organizational efficiency, compliance, employee satisfaction, and ultimately, business success. It's about using tools to empower people and processes. See you in the next lecture, where we'll dive deeper into the data itself, exploring HR analytics and metrics. Hello again. We've explored how HR fits into the organizational puzzle, the legal and ethical foundations, strategic alignment, and the role of technology. Now, it's time to talk about measurement, about how we quantify the human side of the business in a way that resonates with other functions. This lecture delves into the world of HR analytics and metrics, understanding what they are and why they are indispensable. For decades, human resources was often perceived primarily as an administrative function, managing payroll, handling paperwork, and dealing with employee issues as they arose. While these tasks are undeniably critical, they often kept HR siloed from the core strategic concerns of the business, making it difficult for HR leaders to demonstrate their direct contribution to profitability or growth. This perception is rapidly changing, driven by the increasing availability of data and the need for every part of the organization to prove its value. The shift towards a more strategic role for HR necessitates a language that business leaders understand, the language of data. By employing analytics and focusing on key metrics, HR professionals can move beyond anecdotal evidence and gut feelings to provide concrete, data-backed insights into the workforce. This allows HR to participate in strategic planning not just as a support function, but as a driver of organizational performance. At its heart, HR analytics is about applying analytical processes to the human capital of an organization to improve performance. This involves collecting, analyzing, and interpreting data related to employees and workforce activities. The goal is to uncover trends, patterns, and insights that can inform decisions and lead to observable improvements in various aspects of the business, such as productivity, employee retention, and cost efficiency. Metrics and key performance indicators, KPIs, are the building blocks of HR analytics. A metric is simply a measure of some quantifiable aspect of HR operations or outcomes, like the number of hires last quarter. A KPI, on the other hand, is a metric specifically chosen because it is critical to understanding and driving a particular strategic objective. It's a performance indicator linked to key goals. Selecting the right metrics depends entirely on what the organization is trying to achieve and what questions it needs answered about its workforce. A company focused on rapid growth might prioritize metrics around hiring speed and capacity, whereas an organization struggling with skilled labor shortages might focus on retention rates and internal promotion metrics. The metrics chosen should directly align with and help track progress towards broader business objectives. Let's dive into some foundational HR metrics that are commonly used and highly insightful. One of the most frequently discussed metrics is employee turnover rate, which measures the percentage of employees who leave the organization within a specific period. Understanding turnover isn't just about counting departures. It's about understanding why people are leaving and the associated costs. Calculating turnover can be done in various ways, but a common method is dividing the number of employees who left during a period by the average number of employees during that same period, often expressed as an annual percentage. Distinguishing between voluntary turnover, employees choosing to leave, and involuntary turnover, employees being terminated, is crucial as they signal different underlying issues within the organization or its management. High voluntary turnover, particularly among high-performing or critical employees, can be a significant red flag indicating issues with compensation, management, culture, or career opportunities. The cost of turnover is substantial, encompassing not just the visible expenses of recruitment and training new hires, but also the less obvious costs of lost productivity, reduced team morale, and loss of institutional knowledge. Measuring this metric rigorously provides a quantifiable argument for investing in retention strategies. Another essential metric in the realm of talent acquisition is time to fill. This measures the number of days it takes to fill a vacant position, typically from the day the requisition is approved to the day a candidate accepts an offer. A high time to fill can indicate inefficiencies in the recruiting process, talent shortages in the market, or unattractive job offers, and it directly impacts the business by leaving positions vacant and potentially impacting productivity and project timelines. Reducing time to fill is often a key objective for recruiting teams as it directly correlates with getting necessary talent into productive roles faster. Analyzing this metric by department, role seniority, or source of hire can uncover bottlenecks or successful strategies within the recruitment pipeline. It helps recruiters allocate resources effectively and refine their processes for greater efficiency. Employee engagement is a powerful, albeit sometimes more abstract, concept that robust metrics can help quantify. Engagement measures the level of an employee's psychological investment in their organization and job, reflecting their commitment, motivation, and connection to their work and the company's success. This is typically measured through employee surveys, which can capture sentiment on leadership, culture, growth opportunities, and perceived value. An engaged workforce is widely understood to be more productive, innovative, and likely to stay with the company. Tracking engagement scores over time and comparing segments of the workforce, e.g., by department, manager, tenure, can identify areas of strength and weakness within the organization's culture and leadership effectiveness. Low engagement scores can often precede increases in turnover or decreases in productivity, making engagement a valuable leading indicator. Collecting the data required for these metrics and others involves leveraging various sources across the organization. HR information systems, HRIS, are fundamental, serving as repositories for employee master data, payroll, and sometimes performance management information. Data from applicant tracking systems fuels recruitment metrics like time to fill and cost per hire, while survey platforms provide the raw data for engagement and employee satisfaction metrics. Manual data collection might still occur for specific metrics or in organizations with less integrated systems, perhaps tracking training attendance manually or collecting sick days from paper records. However, the trend is strongly towards consolidating data within integrated HR tech stacks to ensure data accuracy, consistency, and accessibility for analysis. Reliable data sources are paramount. Flawed input will inevitably lead to flawed conclusions. Once data is collected, the phase of analysis begins. This involves transforming raw data into meaningful information by identifying trends, calculating rates, and comparing data points against benchmarks. Analyzing turnover data might involve trending the rate monthly or quarterly, breaking it down by department or manager to pinpoint problem areas, and comparing the result against industry averages or the organization's own historical data. Sophisticated analysis can involve exploring correlations between different metrics. For instance, investigating if training investment correlates with decreased errors or if manager effectiveness scores correlate with team engagement levels. This level of analysis moves beyond simply reporting numbers to understanding the interplay between different HR activities and their outcomes. Benchmarking, comparison against external industry data or internal performance goals, provides context and helps assess performance relativistically. Presenting analytical findings effectively to stakeholders is just as important as conducting the analysis itself. This is where data visualization comes into play. Instead of presenting spreadsheets full of numbers, HR professionals use charts, graphs, and dashboards to communicate insights clearly and compellingly. A simple line graph showing a downward trend in engagement scores over the last year can quickly convey a critical issue to leadership in a way that rows of numbers cannot. Dashboards that consolidate multiple key metrics onto a single screen are becoming increasingly common, providing real-time or near real-time snapshots of workforce health. These visualizations help decision-makers quickly grasp the current situation, identify areas needing attention, and track the effectiveness of implemented HR initiatives. Effective data visualization translates complex analysis into actionable insights that resonate with a busy audience. Ultimately, the power of HR analytics lies in its ability to demonstrate HR's quantifiable impact on the business. By tracking metrics like the cost savings achieved through reduced voluntary turnover, the increased revenue per employee resulting from higher engagement, or the productivity gains from faster hiring, HR can move beyond being seen as a cost center. It positions HR as a strategic partner that contributes directly to the organization's bottom line. This often involves telling a story with the data, presenting findings in a narrative that connects HR activities, workforce outcomes, and business results. For example, HR might show how a new manager training program correlated with a decrease in team turnover rates, then quantify the cost savings realized by retaining those employees. This shifts the conversation from HR spends money to HR generates value. While the potential for HR analytics is immense, there are challenges. Ensuring data quality and integrity across potentially disparate systems is a foundational hurdle. Choosing the right metrics that truly reflect strategic goals, rather than just measuring things because they're easy to measure, requires careful consideration. Furthermore, developing the analytical skills within the HR team is crucial to move beyond basic reporting to insightful analysis and predictive modeling. Embracing HR analytics is not just about implementing software. It's a cultural shift within the HR function towards being more data-minded, proactive, and strategic. It equips HR professionals with the evidence needed to advocate for important programs, make informed decisions about workforce management, and ultimately enhance organizational performance in tangible ways. It transforms HR from a necessary overhead into a demonstrable engine of business success. Mastering the fundamentals of HR metrics, understanding how to collect and analyze relevant data, and effectively visualizing those insights are core competencies for the modern HR professional. This capability is what allows HR to join the strategic conversation at the highest levels of the organization, armed with data that proves their value and guides future actions. It's about making the invisible, often intangible aspects of human capital visible and measurable. See you in the next lecture. Hello, and welcome back. Today, we're going to delve into two deeply interconnected aspects of the human resources landscape: the invisible forces that shape how people interact and work together, which we call organizational culture, and the structured process of navigating transitions, known as change management. Understanding both is crucial because while culture is the environment in which work happens, change is the constant, albeit sometimes disruptive, evolutionary force acting upon that environment. HR professionals sit uniquely at the intersection of these two forces, tasked with both shaping the culture and facilitating necessary transformations within it. Think about the difference between working at a nimble technology startup and a long-established financial institution. You can immediately sense there's something fundamentally different in the air beyond just the specific jobs people do. This something often boils down to organizational culture, which encompasses the shared values, beliefs, norms, and practices that guide how employees think, feel, and behave within a company. It's not just about posters on the wall proclaiming values. It's about the unwritten rules, the way decisions are really made, and how people are treated when things go right or wrong. Culture is, in essence, the personality of the organization, deeply influencing everything from communication styles to risk-taking propensity. Culture develops organically over time, shaped by the founder's vision, key leadership behaviors, significant historical events the company has navigated, and the collective experiences of its employees. However, culture is not entirely immutable. While it resists superficial changes, it can be intentionally influenced and cultivated by HR and leadership working in concert. HR plays a pivotal role in shaping culture through the types of people it hires, the onboarding experience it creates, the performance management systems it designs, and the recognition programs it implements. These processes operationalize the desired values and reinforce the behaviors that constitute the desired culture. Cultivating a positive culture requires intentional effort and consistency from everyone, but especially from leaders who model the expected behaviors and values. For example, if a company espouses collaboration but rewards individualistic, competitive behavior, the espoused value is hollow, and the actual culture will reflect the reward system, not the poster. HR can help by developing leadership training focused on cultural competencies, designing performance reviews that include cultural fit and behavioral aspects, and ensuring internal communications highlight stories and examples that exemplify the desired culture. It's about creating a system where living the values is both expected and supported. Now, let's pivot from the steady state of culture, albeit one that's always evolving, to the often turbulent world of organizational change. Change management is the structured approach used to ensure that changes are smoothly and successfully implemented, leading to lasting benefits. Whether the change is a technology upgrade, a shift in strategic direction, a merger or acquisition, or a response to market disruption, managing the human impact is just as critical as managing the technical or operational aspects. Without effective change management, even brilliant strategies can falter due to employee resistance, confusion, or disengagement. Many models exist to help structure our thinking about change, but a foundational one is Kurt Lewin's simple, yet powerful, three-step model: unfreeze, change, refreeze. The unfreeze stage involves preparing people for the change, which often means challenging the status quo and creating a felt need for the change, perhaps by highlighting inefficiencies or external pressures. Simply announcing a change without explaining the why makes it much harder for people to let go of familiar ways of working. This initial phase is crucial for building awareness and reducing immediate resistance rooted in surprise or lack of understanding. Following the unfreeze comes the change stage itself, which is the transition period where the actual changes are implemented. This could involve new processes, new systems, new organizational structures, or even a shift in culture itself. During this stage, communication is paramount. Regular updates, clear instructions, and opportunities for questions and feedback help people navigate the uncertainty. Providing necessary training and support is also critical here. Asking people to adopt new ways of working without equipping them to do so is a recipe for frustration and failure. Finally, the refreeze stage involves solidifying the new ways of working and integrating them into the organizational culture. This means reinforcing the change through policies, procedures, recognition, and aligning other systems like performance management to support the new state. The goal is to make the change stick, preventing a regression to the old ways and ensuring the benefits of the change are realized long term. Without this critical refreezing, change is often temporary and the organization can slip back into old habits as soon as the pressure is off. While Lewin's model provides a useful framework, the biggest challenge in organizational change often lies in dealing with the human element, particularly resistance to change. It's important to understand that resistance isn't usually malicious opposition. It's a natural psychological reaction rooted in various factors. People may resist because of fear of the unknown, concerns about job security, potential loss of status or control, or simply the inertia of habit and comfort with the current situation. They might also resist if they perceive the change as unnecessary, disruptive, or lacking legitimate justification. HR professionals are often on the front lines of managing this resistance, acting as intermediaries between leadership driving the change and the employees experiencing it. Effectively addressing resistance requires empathy, communication, and involvement. Open and honest communication about the reasons for the change, its potential impacts, and the support available can alleviate fear and build trust. Providing opportunities for employees to ask questions, express concerns, and even participate in the change process can give them a sense of ownership and reduce feelings of being controlled. Different approaches exist for handling resistance, ranging from supportive methods like offering counseling and training to more directive methods like negotiation or even coercion, although the latter should be a rare and carefully considered last resort, as it can severely damage trust and morale. The most effective strategies typically involve a mix of education, communication, participation, and support tailored to the specific nature of the change and the reasons behind the resistance. Ignoring resistance or dismissing it as simply employees being difficult is a surefire way to undermine the entire change effort. Consider a company implementing a new enterprise resource planning (ERP) system. The technical rollout might be planned perfectly by IT, but if HR doesn't manage the employee side, it can fail. Employees might resist learning the new system, the old one worked fine, fear errors in data entry, or worry about their productivity dropping initially. Effective change management here would involve clear communication about the benefits of the new system, e.g., streamlined processes, better data, ample training time, accessible support resources, and perhaps involving key users in the testing and rollout plan to build champions. This brings us back to the interplay between culture and change. An organizational culture that is adaptable, values learning, and trusts its leadership is inherently more receptive to change than one that is rigid, risk-averse, and hierarchical. In a culture where open communication is the norm, employees are more likely to voice concerns early, allowing them to be addressed proactively rather than manifesting as passive resistance. Conversely, a culture of fear or mistrust will amplify suspicion and opposition to any proposed change, regardless of its merits. Furthermore, sometimes the change required is a change in culture itself, perhaps moving from a siloed, competitive culture to one of greater collaboration and innovation. Changing culture is one of the most difficult and long-term change initiatives an organization can undertake. It involves fundamentally altering ingrained behaviors, beliefs, and assumptions, requiring sustained effort from leadership, aligned systems and processes, and consistent communication reinforcing the desired new norms. It's a marathon, not a sprint, and relies heavily on HR's ability to influence employee experience and behavior over time. HR professionals serve as key change agents, partnering with leaders to diagnose the need for change, plan the implementation process, manage resistance, and integrate the change into the ongoing operations and culture of the organization. This requires a deep understanding of human psychology, group dynamics, and the specific context of the organization. It's about understanding people, why they do what they do, particularly when faced with uncertainty and disruption, and helping them navigate the transition successfully, ultimately benefiting both the individual and the organization. So, whether you're working to intentionally shape the values and behaviors that define your organization or guiding employees through the upheaval of a major strategic shift, the principles of understanding culture and managing change effectively are indispensable tools in your HR toolkit. They are complex areas, certainly, but mastering them allows HR to be a true strategic partner, enabling the organization to adapt, thrive, and maintain a healthy, engaged workforce through times of stability and transformation alike. See you in the next lecture. Hello again. Today, we're going to delve into a critical area of HR, understanding employee relations and mastering the art of conflict management within the workplace. This isn't just about dealing with problems when they arise. It's fundamentally about building a positive, productive environment where issues are less likely to escalate in the first place. It involves fostering open communication, mutual respect, and a sense of fairness among all members of the organization. Effective employee relations is the cornerstone of a healthy work culture, acting as the bridge between management and the workforce. It encompasses all interactions between employers and employees, influencing everything from daily operations to long-term strategic goals. When handled well, it significantly boosts morale, increases loyalty, and drives higher levels of productivity across the board, creating a stable foundation upon which the business can thrive. Thinking about employee relations requires a proactive mindset, focusing on establishing clear expectations, consistent policies, and reliable channels for communication. This includes everything from regular check-ins and performance reviews to company newsletters and informal feedback sessions. The goal is to create an atmosphere where employees feel heard, valued, and understood, minimizing the potential for misunderstandings and fostering a sense of belonging. A primary function of this proactive approach is to identify and address potential issues before they become significant problems, preventing small grievances from festering into large-scale conflicts. This involves being attuned to the general mood of the workforce, noticing subtle shifts in behavior, and encouraging managers to maintain close relationships with their teams. Early detection allows for early intervention, which is almost always less disruptive and more successful than addressing entrenched disputes. Consider the impact of inconsistent policy application. For instance, if employees perceive rules or consequences are applied unfairly, it can rapidly erode trust and lead to widespread dissatisfaction. A robust employee relations framework ensures that company policies are not only clearly communicated, but also consistently enforced, demonstrating fairness and equity to everyone. This transparency helps manage expectations and build credibility for HR and leadership alike. Another crucial aspect is facilitating positive relationships between employees and their direct managers, as the quality of this relationship significantly impacts job satisfaction and overall engagement. Training managers in effective communication, coaching, and providing constructive feedback is therefore an essential investment. Empowering managers to handle basic employee relations matters at the team level lightens the load on HR and resolves issues closer to the source. Now, Despite the best proactive efforts, conflict is an inevitable part of human interaction, and workplaces are certainly not immune. Conflict arises from differences in personalities, working styles, goals, values, or simply from misunderstanding information or intentions. Recognizing that conflict will happen is the first step toward managing it effectively, and understanding its different forms is crucial for selecting the appropriate resolution strategy. Workplace conflicts can manifest in various ways, from minor disagreements over task assignments to significant disputes involving harassment or discrimination allegations. Some conflicts might be interpersonal, limited to two individuals, while others could be team-wide or even impact entire departments. The nature and scope of the conflict dictate the complexity of the resolution process required and the level of HR involvement necessary. Effective conflict management is not about eliminating conflict entirely, which is often impossible and sometimes even undesirable, as constructive conflict can lead to innovation and improved decision-making. Instead, it's about developing the skills and processes to navigate disagreements in a way that minimizes negative impact and, where possible, achieves a positive outcome for those involved and the organization. It focuses on finding mutually acceptable solutions rather than determining who is right or wrong. HR professionals play a pivotal role in conflict management, often acting as mediators, facilitators, or investigators depending on the situation's severity and nature. Their objective is to remain impartial, understand the perspectives of all parties involved, and guide the conflict toward a resolution that upholds company values, policies, and legal obligations. This demanding role requires a high degree of emotional intelligence, active listening skills, and sound judgment. One common conflict resolution technique is mediation, where a neutral third party, often an HR representative, helps conflicting parties communicate and find their own solution. The mediator doesn't impose a decision but facilitates dialogue by setting ground rules, encouraging active listening, and helping parties reframe their positions constructively. This approach is often preferred because it empowers the individuals to resolve their own issues, leading to more sustainable agreements. Another approach is investigation, typically reserved for more serious allegations like harassment, discrimination, or theft, where a formal process is required to determine facts and make findings. This involves gathering evidence, interviewing witnesses, and reviewing relevant documents and policies meticulously to reach a conclusion based on objective information. The findings of an investigation often lead to disciplinary action, up to and including termination, or may result in policy changes or additional training. Grievance handling is a formal process employees can use to raise concerns or complaints about their work environment, treatment, or application of company policies. Having a clear and accessible grievance procedure is essential for good employee relations, providing a structured pathway for employees to voice issues without fear of reprisal. It demonstrates that the organization takes employee concerns seriously and is committed to addressing them fairly. A typical grievance process might involve several steps, starting with the employee attempting to resolve the issue informally with their direct manager. If that isn't successful, they might submit a formal written grievance to HR or a higher level of management. HR then reviews the grievance, potentially conducts an investigation or mediation if necessary, and provides a formal written response outlining the findings and proposed resolution. The fairness and transparency of the grievance process are paramount to its effectiveness and credibility among the workforce. Employees need to trust that their complaints will be handled confidentially, impartially, and without undue delay. Clear communication at each stage of the process, explaining what will happen next and the expected timeline, helps manage employee expectations and reduces anxiety associated with raising a sensitive issue. Consider a scenario where an employee feels they were unfairly passed over for promotion. A robust grievance process allows them to articulate their concerns formally providing HR with the opportunity to review the promotion decision criteria, interview relevant managers, and ensure company policies were followed correctly. The outcome, whether it involves upholding the decision or identifying a procedural error, is then communicated formally, creating a record and hopefully bringing closure to the employee. In some cases, collective bargaining agreements or union contracts may dictate specific, formalized grievance procedures that HR must adhere to strictly. These agreements often outline precise timelines, steps, and potential arbitration processes if a resolution cannot be reached internally. Understanding these agreements and their implications is crucial for HR professionals working in unionized environments. Training managers and employees on company policies, expected behaviors, and the available avenues for raising concerns is a fundamental aspect of both proactive employee relations and effective conflict management. When everyone understands the rules of engagement and knows how to seek help when needed, many potential issues can be diffused early. This educational component builds a foundation of understanding and empowers individuals to navigate workplace dynamics more effectively. Ultimately, the goal of exceptional employee relations and conflict management practices is to cultivate a workplace where trust is high, communication is open, and disagreements, when they occur, are handled constructively and fairly. This contributes directly to a positive organizational culture, reduced turnover, and increased productivity, proving the strategic value of focusing on the human element within a business. It's an ongoing effort that requires consistent attention and skill development from everyone involved. See you in the next lecture. All right then, welcome back. Today, we're going to shift our focus slightly and begin exploring the crucial mechanisms by which organizations ensure they have the right people with the right skills in the right place and at the right time to achieve their strategic objectives. It's not just about having enough bodies, but about the quality and suitability of the talent pool you command, both now and, more importantly, in the future. This is where the disciplines of workforce planning and forecasting truly earn their keep, moving HR beyond mere administration into the realm of strategic necessity. Workforce planning, at its core, is the systematic process of determining the future human resource needs of an organization and identifying how those needs will be met. Think of it as the strategic blueprint for your workforce. It connects the high-level business strategy, where the company wants to go, what markets it wants to serve, what products it wants to build, with the operational reality of the people required to get there. Without this connection, HR efforts risk becoming fragmented, reactive, and ultimately ineffective in supporting the company's trajectory. It starts by honestly assessing your current workforce landscape. This involves understanding the roles, skills, demographics, and even the performance distribution of the people you already have. You need to know your starting point before you can figure out the path forward, much like a general needs to know the composition and disposition of their troops before planning a campaign. Ignoring this foundational step often leads to ill-informed decisions down the line because you're essentially flying blind regarding your existing capabilities. Following that initial assessment, you must then project your future workforce requirements. This isn't just guesswork. It involves forecasting based on anticipated changes within the business, market shifts, technological advancements, and demographic trends. If your company plans to expand into a new region, for example, you'll need to forecast the types and numbers of roles required there, accounting for local regulations and talent availability. This forecasting step is where the quantitative and qualitative arts begin to intertwine. Forecasting isn't a single, monolithic technique. It encompasses several approaches, adaptable based on the certainty and complexity of the situation. One common quantitative method is trend analysis, which simply looks at historical data to project future needs. For instance, if your sales have consistently grown by 10% year over year, and you know historically that for every $1 million in sales you need 5 salespeople, You can project future sales force size based on anticipated revenue growth. It's straightforward, but assumes historical trends will continue, a risky assumption in volatile markets. Another quantitative technique is ratio analysis, which relates workforce needs to some other business factor. Perhaps for every 50 manufacturing jobs, you need one quality control technician. If production ramps up requiring 100 new manufacturing roles, you can project the need for 2 additional technicians. This method is useful when there's a reliable, measurable relationship between a driver, like production volume or patient count in a hospital, and the number of employees required in certain roles. However, relying solely on fixed ratios might fail to account for efficiency improvements or technological changes that alter these relationships. Regression analysis is a more sophisticated quantitative method that examines the relationship between several variables and workforce size. You might look at how sales revenue, competitor activity, and technological adoption simultaneously influence the demand for your software developers. For example, this allows for more nuanced predictions, considering multiple interacting factors rather than just one. Yet, it requires a substantial amount of historical data, and the relationships identified are only valid as long as the underlying dynamics don't fundamentally change. Moving into qualitative methods, expert interviews involve gathering insights from managers, leaders, and subject matter experts about their anticipated future workforce needs. These are the people closest to the planned work and market reality. They can provide context that quantitative data alone often misses, offering valuable perspectives on planned initiatives, potential roadblocks, or emerging skill requirements that haven't shown up in historical numbers yet. However, the reliability of this method heavily depends on the expertise and objectivity of the individuals interviewed. The Delphi method is a forecasting technique designed to mitigate potential biases inherent in single expert opinions or groupthink. It involves collecting forecasts anonymously from a panel of experts, summarizing their predictions, and then providing that summary back to the panel for a revised forecast. This iterative process continues until a consensus, or a range of opinions, emerges, allowing insights to be refined without direct peer pressure influencing individual responses. It's particularly useful when dealing with uncertain futures or highly specialized domains where data is scarce. Scenario planning is another qualitative approach that involves developing several distinct potential future scenarios and then forecasting the workforce needs for each scenario. Instead of trying to predict the future, you explore possible futures, perhaps a scenario of high market growth, another of technological disruption, and a third of regulatory challenges. This helps the organization prepare for different eventualities and build flexibility into its workforce strategy, acknowledging that the path forward is rarely linear or perfectly predictable. It forces consideration of what-if questions. Once you have a clear picture of your current workforce and a well-informed projection of future needs, the inevitable comparison reveals the gaps. These aren't just numerical differences in headcount. They are often significant disparities in the required skills, competencies, knowledge, and even cultural attributes. Identifying these skill gaps is perhaps the most critical outcome of the forecasting process, highlighting where the organization is unprepared for the future it anticipates. Ignoring these gaps is tantamount to planning a journey without ensuring your vehicle is capable of traversing the terrain. Pinpointing skill gaps requires a detailed understanding of the capabilities demanded by future roles and comparing them against the proven capabilities within your existing workforce. This involves competency mapping, where you define the specific skills and behaviors needed for different positions and levels within the organization, now and in anticipated future states. You might discover you have plenty of employees with current technical skills, but a severe shortage of people with the leadership capabilities required to manage future teams, or perhaps a lack of expertise in emerging technologies. The emergence of new technologies frequently creates significant skill gaps. Automation might reduce the need for certain manual tasks, but simultaneously increase the demand for roles requiring advanced data analysis, machine learning expertise, or complex system management. Failing to actively assess how technological shifts will impact your required skill sets leaves you vulnerable and scrambling to acquire or develop necessary talent when a need becomes critical. Proactive identification allows for planned transitions and development initiatives. With the skill gaps identified, the next step in workforce planning is developing concrete action plans to close them. These plans aren't one size fits all. They can involve a mix of strategies. Recruitment is an obvious lever. If you lack certain skills internally, you hire people who possess them. But it's not the only or always the best option. Internal development through training and res-killing programs can be more cost-effective and retain valuable institutional knowledge. Sometimes it involves organizational restructuring or reevaluating work processes to change the skill demands. Succession planning is a vital component of the action plan, particularly for critical leadership roles and positions requiring deep institutional knowledge. It's the process of identifying and developing potential successors for key roles to ensure continuity and leadership readiness when those positions become vacant. Think of it as a specific, highly targeted form of workforce planning focused on leadership continuity and the pipeline for crucial functional expertise. A robust succession plan prevents crises when key people depart and ensures a smoother transition through leadership changes. Identifying potential successors involve assessing current employees for their performance, potential, and readiness to step into higher level or different roles. It's not about anointing heirs prematurely, but creating a pool of capable individuals who can be developed through targeted training, mentorship, and varied experiences to be ready when opportunities arise. This process often goes hand in hand with performance management and talent review systems, ensuring that high potential employees are recognized and nurtured. Without a pipeline for essential roles, the organization is inherently fragile, especially during periods of growth or disruption. Integrating succession planning within the broader workforce planning framework ensures that leadership needs are considered alongside overall staffing and skill requirements. If your forecast indicates significant growth requiring more managerial roles, your succession plan should identify and develop individuals ready to step into those positions. It's a synergistic relationship. Understanding future workforce structure informs succession needs, and having a strong internal talent bench reduces reliance on external hiring for critical roles. This internal focus also boosts employee morale and retention by demonstrating clear pathways for career progression. Ultimately, the goal of workforce planning and forecasting is to enhance the organization's agility and ensure it remains well-staffed and appropriately skilled to execute its strategy, even as conditions change. An agile organization can quickly adapt to market shifts, technological disruptions, or unexpected challenges, largely because it has a proactive understanding of its talent capabilities and needs. It's not caught flat-footed by a sudden need for engineers with blockchain expertise or leaders capable of managing remote global teams because it anticipated these possibilities and planned accordingly. Consider a software company planning to transition from desktop applications to cloud-native services. Workforce planning would reveal a surplus of developers skilled in older technologies and a significant deficit in expertise required for cloud architecture, microservices, and DevOps. The action plan would then include res-killing existing developers, potentially hiring some external cloud experts to accelerate the process, identifying individuals within the company who could lead the new cloud teams, and developing them through targeted programs. This deliberate approach minimizes disruption and accelerates the strategic shift. Effective workforce planning isn't a one-time project. It's a continuous cycle of assessment, forecasting, gap analysis, and action planning. Business strategies evolve, markets fluctuate, technologies change, and your current workforce is constantly changing through attrition, retirements, and internal movement. Therefore, the plan must be regularly reviewed and updated to remain relevant. A static plan quickly becomes obsolete, offering a false sense of security rather than genuine preparedness. It requires ongoing attention and integration with strategic processes. Moreover, workforce planning isn't solely the responsibility of the HR department. For it to be truly effective, it requires close collaboration with business leaders across the organization. They're the ones who understand market dynamics, strategic priorities, and operational needs. HR provides the framework, the data analysis, and the talent expertise, but the business provides the essential context and projections necessary for accurate forecasting and relevant action planning. It's a partnership built on shared understanding and commitment. Neglecting workforce planning can lead to a variety of detrimental outcomes. You might find yourself with critical skill shortages that hinder product development or service delivery, forcing costly emergency hires or delaying strategic initiatives. Conversely, you might discover you have a surplus of employees and roles that are becoming obsolete, leading to difficult and potentially costly restructuring decisions. Poor planning translates directly into inefficiency, missed opportunities, and increased operational risk. It's an investment that pays dividends in organizational stability and capability. Developing robust workforce planning capabilities is an investment in the future resilience and success of the organization. It moves HR from a purely reactive function, simply filling openings as they appear, to a proactive strategic partner, ensuring the organization has the human capability required to navigate the future. It's about making informed decisions about where to recruit, whom to develop, and how to structure the organization to be capable of executing its mission effectively. It's a critical piece of the strategic puzzle. So, understanding your current talent landscape, projecting future needs using appropriate forecasting methods, honestly assessing the gaps in skills and numbers, and then developing actionable plans involving recruiting, development, restructuring, and, crucially, succession planning are the essential elements. Doing this well allows your organization to be agile, prepared, and capable of seizing future opportunities rather than being constrained by its human resource limitations. It's the foundation for building and maintaining a high-performing workforce. Thanks for joining me for this discussion. See you in the next lecture. Hello again. In our journey through securing talent, a crucial first step before even thinking about where to find candidates or how to interview them is fundamentally understanding the role you need to fill. It's about asking, what is this job truly about? What does success in this role look like? And what capabilities does someone need to achieve it? This deep dive into the essence of a position is what we call job analysis, and the structured output of this process is the job description. While often seen as a mere administrative chore, a well-executed job analysis and the resulting precise job description are foundational pillars of effective talent acquisition. They ensure clarity from the outset, guiding everything from sourcing and screening to interviewing and eventual onboarding, ultimately impacting long-term employee success and satisfaction. Job analysis is a systematic process aimed at collecting information about a job to identify its components, such as tasks, duties, responsibilities, and the skills, knowledge, abilities, and other characteristics (KSAOs) required to perform it successfully. It's not just about listing tasks. It's about understanding the context, purpose, and demands of the work. Think of it as reverse engineering the ideal candidate by first understanding the structure and mechanics of the role itself. There are several established techniques for conducting a thorough job analysis, each offering a different lens on the role. One common method is observation, where an analyst watches an employee perform their duties, which is particularly useful for manual or routine tasks. Another is conducting interviews, either with job incumbents, their supervisors, or subject matter experts, to gather qualitative insights into responsibilities, challenges, and necessary skills. Questionnaires and surveys are also valuable tools, allowing for the systematic collection of data from multiple individuals, which can be particularly effective for roles with many incumbents. Additionally, reviewing existing documentation, such as organizational charts, process manuals, or performance appraisals, can provide important context and details about reporting structures and expected outputs. Combining multiple techniques often yields the most comprehensive and accurate understanding of a role. The primary output of a rigorous job analysis is a clear identification of the role's core requirements. This isn't just a list of tasks. It includes understanding the frequency and criticality of those tasks, the conditions under which they are performed, and the performance standards expected. Crucially, it translates these work activities into required attributes of the person doing the job, the knowledge they need, the skills they must possess, and the underlying abilities and personal characteristics that enable success. Once we have this detailed understanding derived from job analysis, the natural next step is to translate it into a compelling and informative document, the job description. This isn't just an internal HR document. It's often the first point of contact a potential candidate has with the role and your organization. Therefore, it must be accurate, clear, and engaging, serving both as a practical guide and a marketing tool. An effective job description serves multiple critical purposes throughout the talent acquisition lifecycle and beyond. For candidates, it provides necessary information to determine their interest and fit, making an informed decision about applying. For the hiring team, it acts as a blueprint for sourcing, screening, and interview questions, ensuring everyone is evaluating candidates against the same criteria. Beyond recruitment, a well-crafted job description provides a foundation for setting performance expectations, developing training programs, determining compensation structures through job evaluation, and even forms the basis for legal defensibility in hiring decisions. It's a multifunctional document with far-reaching implications. Therefore, investing time and effort into making it precise is essential. Without a clear target, how can you expect to hit it? Let's break down the key components that typically make up an effective job description. Generally, you'll start with a clear and descriptive job title, followed by a brief job summary or introduction that provides an overview of the role's purpose and reporting structure. This section should quickly orient the reader and highlight the most compelling aspects of the position. Next, and arguably most important, is the responsibilities section. This outlines the primary duties and tasks the job holder will perform. It is essential to articulate these responsibilities using action verbs and clearly describing the expected outcomes or contributions. Avoid overly generic statements. Instead, focus on specific activities and levels of accountability tied directly back to your job analysis findings. The qualifications section lists the essential requirements a candidate must possess to be considered for the role. This includes aspects like educational background, years of experience in relevant fields, specific certifications, or technical proficiencies. It's important here to differentiate clearly between required qualifications, which are non-negotiable, and preferred qualifications, which might make a candidate stronger but aren't absolute must-haves. Overstating requirements can unnecessarily reduce your candidate pool and lead to frustration. Following qualifications, we typically outline the necessary skills and competencies. Skills refer to observable proficiencies, such as proficiency in a specific software program or ability to speak a foreign language. Competencies are broader, underlying characteristics that contribute to success, like problem-solving ability, teamwork orientation, leadership potential, or resilience under pressure. These behavioral and personal attributes, unearthed during job analysis, perhaps through discussions about challenges faced in the role, are often crucial predictors of job fit and long-term success in a dynamic environment. Precision and clarity are paramount when crafting these sections. Vague language like handle various tasks or assist as needed provides little value to the candidate or the hiring team. Instead, strive for specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time-bound, SMART-like descriptions of responsibilities and clear, objective criteria for qualifications and skills. This level of detail reduces ambiguity and ensures everyone understands the expectations. The direct impact of a precise and well-written job description is a significant improvement in candidate fit and overall recruitment efficiency. When candidates fully understand the role and its requirements up front, those who are truly a good match are more likely to apply, while those who aren't a good fit may self-select out. This saves time and resources that would otherwise be spent screening unsuitable applications or conducting interviews with candidates destined to fail in the role. Furthermore, clear descriptions lead to more focused sourcing efforts, better quality applications, and more structured and effective interviews. When the interview panel uses the job description as their guide, evaluating candidates consistently against the defined criteria, the likelihood of making a poor hiring decision dramatically decreases. This ultimately reduces costly turnover and contributes to a more stable and productive workforce. However, the path is fraught with potential pitfalls. Common mistakes include writing job descriptions that are too vague or generic, simply copying from existing templates without analysis, or creating laundry lists of every conceivable task or requirement, making the role seem impossible or unappealing. Another significant issue is the unintentional inclusion of biased or indirectly discriminatory language, which can deter diverse candidates and potentially lead to legal challenges. Job descriptions should not be static documents filed away after the position is filled. The nature of roles and organizations evolves, and so too must the descriptions that define them. Periodically reviewing and updating job descriptions ensures they remain accurate reflections of the current responsibilities, required skills, and desired competencies for success in the role. This ongoing maintenance is just as important as the initial analysis and writing process. In essence, the effort put into conducting thorough job analysis and translating those findings into precise, clear, and engaging job descriptions pays dividends throughout the entire employee life cycle. It's the foundational work that enables effective talent acquisition, sets the stage for clear performance expectations, and fosters better alignment between the individual and the role. This isn't just paperwork, it's strategic positioning for success. Thanks for joining me as we explored the essentials of job analysis and crafting effective job descriptions. See you in the next lecture. All right, wrap up that last topic. Welcome back. Today, we're going to dive into the practical side of talent acquisition, specifically focusing on how we find and attract the right people to apply for our open positions. This involves understanding various methods for seeking out potential candidates and, crucial in today's competitive landscape, projecting an image that makes them want to join us. It's about the active pursuit and the magnetic pull working together. Sourcing, at its core, is the proactive identification and engagement of potential candidates. It's not just waiting for applications to arrive after posting a job. It often involves seeking out individuals who possess the specific skills and experiences we need, sometimes even before a role is officially open. Thinking beyond the traditional job board is key here, considering where potential talent spends their time and how we can reach them effectively within their professional circles. One foundational sourcing method is leveraging our existing network, particularly through employee referral programs. These programs incentivize current employees to recommend qualified individuals from their professional or personal contacts, often resulting in higher retention rates and faster hires because the referred candidates already have some insight into the company culture and expectations. A well-structured referral scheme with clear bonuses or recognition can be incredibly powerful and cost-effective compared to external methods. It taps into the trust and relationships already embedded within the organization, extending our reach organically. Internal mobility is another critical avenue for sourcing talent, looking within our own four walls first. Promoting from within or facilitating internal transfers allows employees to grow their careers while simultaneously filling open roles with individuals who already understand the company's operations, culture, and strategic goals. This approach not only fills positions, but also significantly boosts employee morale and demonstrates a commitment to development, making the company a more attractive place to work over the long term. Failing to consider internal candidates can lead to missed opportunities for development and potentially frustrated employees seeking growth elsewhere. When looking externally, traditional job boards remain a common tool, ranging from large, general platforms to highly specialized niche sites focusing on specific industries or roles. The effectiveness of these boards varies greatly depending on the target audience, the industry, and the seniority of the role, requiring careful consideration of where to invest based on where the desired candidates are most likely to look. Posting positions widely can generate a high volume of applicants, but it's the quality and relevance of those applications that truly matters for efficient recruitment processes downstream. Social media has transformed sourcing, moving beyond simple job postings to active search and engagement. Platforms like LinkedIn are indispensable for identifying passive candidates, those not actively looking but potentially open to new opportunities, and connecting with them directly based on their profiles and activity. Other platforms like Twitter, Facebook, and even Instagram can be valuable depending on the target demographic, requiring creative approaches to showcase company culture and appeal to candidates in a less formal setting than a traditional resume submission. This requires recruiters to develop skills in digital networking and online relationship building. Recruitment agencies and executive search firms offer a more hands-on, often retained, approach to sourcing, particularly for hard-to-find skills or senior leadership roles. These external partners have extensive networks and expertise in actively seeking out candidates who might not be visible through other channels. While typically more expensive on a per-hire basis, their ability to quickly identify and vet specialized talent can be invaluable for critical positions or when internal resources are stretched thin. Establishing strong relationships with a few trusted agencies can yield significant benefits over time by creating a pipeline of potential future candidates. Career fairs, university recruiting events, and professional networking events provide opportunities for face-to-face interaction with potential candidates. These events are excellent for building brand awareness, meeting a large number of people in a short time, and gauging candidate interest and personality beyond a resume. While the direct hiring rate from such events might be lower for any single interaction, they're crucial for building a pipeline of future talent, especially for entry-level roles or internships. It allows potential applicants to connect with current employees and get a feel for the real people behind the organizational brand. Building talent pipelines involves maintaining relationships with potentially suitable candidates for future roles, even if there isn't an immediate opening. This could involve creating databases of promising individuals encountered through various sourcing activities, engaging with them periodically through email or social media, and keeping them informed about the company's progress or relevant industry news. Nurturing these long-term relationships ensures a ready pool of talent that can be tapped when specific needs arise, significantly reducing time to hire and recruitment costs compared to starting from scratch for every position. It requires a proactive and systematic approach to candidate relationship management. Now shifting gears slightly, let's talk about employer branding, which is essentially the reputation of an organization as a place to work. It's the sum of experiences employees have and what potential candidates perceive the company's workplace culture, values, and overall employee value proposition to be. A strong employer brand attracts better talent, leads to higher application rates from desirable candidates, and can even reduce recruitment costs by making the company a sought-after destination. It's not just marketing, it's about authenticity and living out the values you project. Developing a compelling employer brand starts with understanding your current reality, surveying current employees about their experiences, identifying what truly makes the company unique and a good place to work, and being honest about areas for improvement. This internal assessment provides the foundation for articulating a clear and authentic employee value proposition, EVP, which summarizes the unique benefits and experiences employees receive in return for their performance. The EVP should encompass not just compensation and benefits, but also culture, development opportunities, work-life balance, and the impact of the work itself. Once the EVP is defined, the focus shifts to communication or recruitment marketing. This involves strategically promoting the employer brand to attract target candidates through various channels. Your company's career page is often the first stop for interested applicants, so it must be engaging, reflect the culture, and provide insights into life at the company beyond just job listings. Featuring employee testimonials, videos showcasing the work environment, and detailed information about benefits and development programs can make a significant difference in converting visitors into applicants. Social media is a powerful recruitment marketing tool for showcasing culture in action. Sharing behind-the-scenes glimpses of daily life, spotlighting employee achievements, discussing company values and initiatives, and engaging with followers helps paint a picture of what it's like to work there. Consistency across platforms and aligning the messaging with the overall brand identity are crucial for building credibility and reaching a wider audience of potential candidates, making the company feel more accessible and human. This requires dedicated effort and a strategic content calendar tailored to recruitment goals. Encouraging employee advocacy is another effective recruitment marketing tactic. Satisfied employees who genuinely enjoy working at the company are authentic brand ambassadors and can share their positive experiences within their own networks, extending the reach and credibility of the employer brand far more effectively than corporate messaging alone. Implementing programs that make it easy for employees to share company news, job openings, or culture highlights on their personal social media profiles can amplify outreach significantly. Their personal endorsements carry significant weight with potential candidates. Online review sites like Glassdoor or Indeed offer platforms where current and former employees can share their experiences, providing candid insights that candidates often trust more than company-produced content. Actively monitoring these platforms, responding professionally to feedback, both positive and negative, and using the insights gained to make actual improvements to the workplace are vital components of managing your employer brand reputation externally. Ignoring negative reviews or failing to address recurring issues publicly can significantly damage your ability to attract top talent who are researching potential employers thoroughly. Recruitment marketing also involves crafting compelling job descriptions and advertisements that not only list requirements, but also sell the opportunity. Infusing descriptions with elements of the company culture, highlighting the impact of the role, and using language that resonates with the target candidate profile makes openings more attractive. Moving beyond dry lists of qualifications to describe the actual work environment, team dynamic, and potential for growth helps candidates envision themselves in the role and increases the quality of applicants. This requires a shift from simply listing tasks to articulating the value proposition of the job itself. The synergy between effective sourcing strategies and a strong employer brand is undeniable. A positive reputation makes sourcing easier. Passive candidates are more receptive to outreach. Active job seekers are more inclined to apply, and referrals become more frequent and impactful. Conversely, active sourcing efforts can also help identify what aspects of the employer brand resonate most with the talent you're trying to attract, providing valuable feedback for refining the EVP and recruitment marketing messages. They are two sides of the same talent acquisition coin, each making the other more effective. Ultimately, mastering both sourcing techniques and building a powerful employer brand creates a virtuous cycle in talent acquisition. It helps fill current openings with the right people and simultaneously builds a foundation for future hiring success by establishing the organization as a desirable place to work. This strategic approach moves talent acquisition beyond a reactive process into a proactive competitive advantage. Thanks for joining me for this lesson. See you in the next one. Welcome back, everyone. In our previous sessions, we've explored the foundational elements of HR, looked at strategic workforce planning, and discussed how to effectively source candidates and build an employer brand that attracts the talent you need. Now that you have a pool of candidates, the critical task ahead is to figure out who among them is the best fit for the role and the organization. This is where the processes of screening and selection come into sharp focus, moving from identifying potential leads to making informed hiring decisions. Selecting the right person is more than just picking the one with the flashiest resume or the most impressive sounding job titles. It's about evaluating skills, experience, potential, and cultural alignment in a rigorous and consistent manner. A well-designed screening and selection process serves as a filter, helping you narrow down a large applicant pool to a manageable number of top contenders, while also giving candidates a realistic view of the role and the company. This systematic approach not only improves hiring quality, but also significantly reduces the risk of making costly mis-hires, which can impact team performance, morale, and even organizational finances. The journey typically begins with resume and application screening, which is your first opportunity to sift through the initial wave of interest. This stage involves reviewing the submitted materials to determine which candidates meet the minimum qualifications outlined in the job description. It's a high-volume process that requires efficiency, but also keen attention to detail, looking for relevant experience, education, certifications, and any specific requirements that are non-negotiable for the role. Properly executed, this step quickly eliminates candidates who clearly don't fit the basic criteria, allowing you to focus your resources on those with genuine potential. Effective screening isn't just about scanning for keywords. It involves understanding the context of a candidate's experience and identifying potential red flags or areas requiring further investigation. For instance, looking at employment gaps, frequent job changes, or inconsistencies in the application can provide valuable insights that inform subsequent steps. Establishing clear, objective criteria before you start reviewing applications is paramount to ensure consistency and fairness in this initial filtering stage, preventing subjective biases from creeping in too early. Once the initial screening is complete, you're typically left with a smaller, more qualified subset of candidates. This is often the point where organizations may introduce assessment tools to gain deeper insights beyond what a resume can tell you. These tools can vary widely depending on the role and the desired competencies, ranging from skill-based tests that measure technical proficiency to cognitive aptitude tests that evaluate problem-solving abilities and learning potential. The goal here is to objectively measure specific capabilities that are critical for success in the job. Psychometric assessments, such as personality questionnaires or behavioral style inventories, are another category of assessment tool used to understand a candidate's typical ways of responding in certain situations or their preferred working style. While these should never be the sole basis for a hiring decision, they can offer valuable supplementary information about how a candidate might fit into the existing team dynamic or organizational culture. It is crucial, however, to ensure that any assessment tool used is validated, reliable, and clearly linked to job requirements to avoid claims of discrimination. Following or sometimes in conjunction with assessments, the interview stage is arguably the most traditional and still one of the most powerful selection methods. Interviews provide a dynamic opportunity to interact directly with candidates, observe their communication skills, gauge their enthusiasm, and delve deeper into their experience and thinking processes. However, unstructured interviews, where different interviewers ask different questions off the cuff, are notoriously unreliable and prone to bias. often becoming more of a personality contest than a true assessment of job fitness. This is precisely why structured interviews are considered a best practice in modern talent acquisition. In a structured interview, all candidates are asked the same set of predetermined questions, ensuring a consistent and fair comparison. These questions are carefully designed based on a thorough job analysis, targeting the specific competencies, skills, and experiences required for the role. Using a standardized format allows interviewers to collect comparable data from each candidate, significantly increasing the reliability and validity of the interview process as a predictive tool for job performance. There are several approaches within the realm of structured interviewing, with competency-based and behavioral interviews being particularly effective. Competency-based interviews focus on evaluating a candidate's proficiency in specific competencies required for the role, such as leadership, problem-solving, or communication. The questions are framed around these competencies and often ask candidates to describe how they would handle a hypothetical situation relevant to the job, allowing the interviewer to assess their thought process and approach. Behavioral interviews, on the other hand, operate on the principle that past behavior is the best predictor of future behavior. These questions ask candidates to describe specific situations they have encountered in their past, the task they needed to accomplish, the action they took, and the result of that action. This is often referred to using the STAR method. By prompting candidates to share concrete examples from their history, interviewers can gain insight into how they have handled challenges, collaborated with others, or demonstrated particular skills in real-world scenarios. Let's briefly consider the STAR method, which is a fundamental technique for both asking and answering behavioral interview questions. The interviewer prompts a candidate with a question like, "Tell me about a time you faced a difficult customer." A strong candidate response would follow the STAR structure, first describing the situation, e.g., a customer was irate because their order was delayed. Then the T ask, e.g., my task was to de-escalate the situation and find a resolution. The A tie-in is they took, e.g., I listened empathetically, apologized for the delay, checked tracking, offered a specific solution like expedited shipping or a discount. And finally, though our assault, e.g., the customer calmed down, accepted the solution, and the issue was resolved positively. This structured approach helps candidates provide comprehensive answers and helps interviewers evaluate their response process and effectiveness. To further enhance the objectivity of structured interviews, it's essential to implement standardized scoring rubrics. Before the interviews begin, the interviewing panel should agree on what constitutes an excellent, good, satisfactory, or unsatisfactory answer for each question, often assigning numerical scores. This predefined scoring system minimizes subjective interpretation during the evaluation phase, ensuring that all candidates' responses are judged against the same objective criteria, making the comparison process more accurate and defensible. Bringing all these components together is the selection framework, the overarching process that guides decisions from the initial application to the final offer. This framework defines the sequence of steps, screening, assessments, interviews, reference checks, etc., the criteria used at each stage, and the individuals involved in the evaluation process. A well-defined framework ensures that every candidate goes through a standardized, fair, and efficient evaluation journey, regardless of who is reviewing their application or conducting their interview. Within this framework, the final selection decision isn't typically based on a single interview or test result, but rather on a holistic evaluation of all the data collected throughout the various stages. This involves reviewing the screening notes, assessment scores, interview evaluations, using the scoring rubrics, and potentially information from reference checks or background checks. The selection committee or hiring manager weighs all this evidence against the job requirements and desired competencies to arrive at the best possible hiring decision. A structured evaluation framework also dictates how candidates are compared and how decisions are made. For example, requiring consensus among interviewers, using average scores, or ranking candidates based on overall fit. Transparency within the process, both for candidates and internal stakeholders, is also a hallmark of a strong selection framework. Candidates understand the stages they will go through, and internal teams know explicitly how decisions are being made, which builds trust and confidence in the HR process. Implementing a robust screening and selection framework ultimately leads to better hiring outcomes, meaning less turnover, higher performance, and stronger team dynamics. It takes more effort upfront to design and standardize these processes compared to disjointed, ad hoc methods. However, the long-term benefits in terms of reduced costs associated with bad hires and improved organizational effectiveness make the investment in a structured approach well worth it. So, while screening begins the process by filtering the volume, the subsequent stages of assessments and, critically, structured behavioral and competency-based interviews, combined within a clear evaluation framework, provide the depth and consistency needed to identify and select the candidates most likely to succeed. It's about building a process that is fair, predictive, and aligned with your organization's goals. Thanks for joining me for this lesson on screening and selection methods. See you in the next lecture. Hello again, and welcome back. In our journey through talent acquisition, we've covered how to identify needs through workforce planning, define roles with job descriptions, source potential candidates effectively, and screen them efficiently. Now, we arrive at a critical juncture, the interview itself, where you directly engage with candidates to assess their fit. Interviewing might seem intuitive, something everyone can just do, but making it a reliable and fair process requires specific intent and structure. An unstructured interview, where the conversation drifts based on gut feeling or casual questions, often leads to inconsistent candidate experiences and subjective evaluations, undermining the very purpose of assessment. It becomes less about predicting future job performance and more about personal chemistry or superficial factors. A structured interview, in contrast, is designed deliberately to ensure every candidate is evaluated against the same criteria using a consistent methodology. This involves asking the same set of questions in the same order, using a standardized scoring system, and limiting discussion to job-relevant areas. This level of discipline significantly reduces the influence of irrelevant factors or personal biases creeping into the evaluation process. The benefit of structure is increased reliability and validity, meaning you're more likely to predict future success accurately and less likely to be swayed by non-essential characteristics. Think of it as conducting a controlled experiment rather than just having a chat. You isolate the variables you want to measure and apply the same measurement tools consistently. Implementing structured interviews is not just about fairness. It's fundamentally about making better hiring decisions. Within a structured framework, the questions you ask are paramount. You want questions that elicit information relevant to the job's requirements and the company culture, and which provide insight into how a candidate thinks and behaves in work-like situations. Simply asking, "What are your strengths and weaknesses?" is often met with rehearsed answers. Far better are approaches that get the candidate to reveal their capabilities through past actions or hypothetical scenarios. Two powerful techniques are behavioral and situational interviewing. Behavioral questions are premised on the idea that past performance is the best predictor of future performance. They ask candidates to describe specific situations they've encountered, the task they needed to complete, the action they took, and the result of that action, often summarized by the STAR method: situation, task, action, result. This provides concrete examples of skills and competencies in practice. For instance, instead of "Are you good at handling conflict?" a behavioral question might be, "Tell me about a time you disagreed with a colleague or superior on a project. What was the situation? What did you need to do? What steps did you take to resolve it? And what was the outcome?" This kind of question forces the candidate to provide a narrative with specific details you can probe. You gain insight into their communication style, problem-solving abilities, and how they navigate difficult interpersonal dynamics. Situational questions, on the other hand, present hypothetical scenarios relevant to the job and ask candidates how they would handle them. These are particularly useful when a candidate might not have direct past experience in a specific area, or when assessing problem-solving skills in novel situations. The logic here is to understand their thought process and approach to challenges they haven't yet faced but are likely to encounter in the role. An example situational question could be, imagine you've been given two critical tasks with conflicting deadlines, and you can't complete both on time by yourself. How would you approach this situation? This probes their ability to prioritize, seek help, communicate effectively, and manage pressure. Both behavioral and situational questions, when designed thoughtfully and tied to the job analysis we discussed previously, yield far richer and more predictive insights than generic inquiries. Complementing effective questioning is the critical skill of active listening. An interviewer isn't just delivering questions. They're receiving complex information that needs to be processed accurately. Active listening involves paying full attention, not just hearing the words, but understanding the complete message, including the nonverbal cues. It requires focusing on the speaker without interruption, demonstrating interest, reflecting back understanding, and asking clarifying questions. If a candidate is describing a situation, actively listening involves paying attention to the sequence of events, the people involved, the emotions expressed, and the specific outcome achieved. You might nod, maintain eye contact, and offer verbal affirmations like, I see, or go on. Crucially, active listening allows you to identify areas for follow-up questions, digging deeper into vague responses or exploring unexpected aspects of the candidate's answer. It's a conversation, not an interrogation, and active listening facilitates genuine understanding. For instance, if a candidate mentions a challenge they faced but glosses over how they overcame it, active listening allows you to catch that gap and ask a clarifying question like, you mentioned that was a difficult situation. Could you elaborate on the specific steps you took to navigate that difficulty? This probing ensures you get the depth of answer required for a thorough evaluation. Failing to listen actively means potentially missing key information or misinterpreting a candidate's response. Even with structured questions and active listening, interviews remain susceptible to unconscious biases. These are mental shortcuts our brains take, influencing our judgments and decisions without us even realizing it. They're deeply ingrained thought patterns developed from our experiences and cultural backgrounds. Recognizing and mitigating these biases is crucial for ensuring fairness and making objective hiring decisions. Several common biases can affect interviews. Affinity bias, for example, is the tendency to favor candidates who are similar to ourselves in background, interests, or personality. The halo effect occurs when a single positive trait, like attending a prestigious university or having a charming demeanor, disproportionately influences our overall positive perception of a candidate, while the horn effect is the opposite. A single negative trait leads to an overly negative assessment. Confirmation bias involves seeking out and interpreting information that confirms our existing beliefs or first impressions about a candidate, while unconsciously discounting evidence that contradicts them. This can happen early in the interview if you form an initial positive or negative impression, leading you to ask questions or interpret answers in a way that validates that initial feeling. Contrast effect is when you compare candidates relative to each other, rather than against objective job requirements, potentially over or underrating someone based on the preceding candidate. Mitigating these unconscious biases requires intentional effort and systemic approaches. Awareness is the first step. Understanding that everyone carries biases, regardless of their intentions, is fundamental. Providing training on unconscious bias for all interviewers is a vital component of this process, helping them recognize potential pitfalls and develop strategies to counteract them during the interview. Implementing standardized scoring rubrics tied directly to the job competencies is another powerful mitigation tool. Instead of relying on a subjective overall feeling about a candidate, interviewers must evaluate specific answers against predefined criteria and scoring scales. This forces a more analytical approach and makes it harder for bias to skew the results. Multiple interviewers independently scoring against the same rubric also helps average out individual biases. Using a diverse interviewing panel can also help. Panel members from different backgrounds and with varied perspectives are less likely to share the exact same biases, providing a more balanced and comprehensive evaluation of a candidate. Ensuring the panel composition reflects the diversity you aim to achieve in the workplace is a tangible strategy. Finally, strict adherence to the structured interview process itself is perhaps the strongest defense against bias. By asking the same questions in the same order and focusing solely on job-relevant information, interviewers have less opportunity for irrelevant factors or personal biases to influence their line of questioning or evaluation. Rigorous documentation of candidate responses and evaluation scores provides transparency and accountability. In essence, effective interviewing within a talent acquisition framework is a blend of art and science. The science lies in the structure, the standardized questions, the scoring rubrics, and the commitment to mitigating bias through process and training. The art is in the skillful execution, asking probing follow-up questions, listening actively, and creating an environment where candidates feel comfortable sharing genuinely. Mastering both aspects leads to better hiring outcomes for the organization and a fair process for candidates. By designing careful questions, listening intently to the responses, and implementing strategies to recognize and counteract our inherent biases, we move significantly closer to making truly objective and effective hiring decisions. This ensures we build teams based on merit and suitability for the role, leading to stronger performance and a more inclusive workplace culture. See you in the next lecture. Hello, and welcome back. Today, we dive into the tactical final steps of talent acquisition, focusing specifically on managing the offer process and navigating negotiations, which are crucial stages in securing the right candidate after you've identified them through screening and interviews. This phase requires precision, clear communication, and a solid understanding of both the candidate's motivations and the organization's constraints. It's where the potential engagement shifts from evaluation to formal agreement. Once you've identified your preferred candidate, the next critical step is extending a formal job offer. This isn't merely sending a document. It's a calculated process involving crafting a clear and compelling offer letter that accurately reflects the agreed-upon terms and legal requirements. The offer letter serves as the formal contract proposal, laying out the foundational elements of the employment relationship. A well-structured offer letter is paramount for avoiding misunderstandings down the line. It should explicitly detail the job title, expected start date, reporting structure, and the proposed compensation package. Beyond salary, it needs to cover variable pay components like bonuses or commissions, if applicable, and provide a summary or reference to the company's benefits package. Including mention of key company policies or an employee handbook ensures the candidate understands the broader context of their employment. The initial compensation figure you propose is often the starting point for a potential negotiation, and it's vital that this figure is grounded in solid research. Understanding the market rate for the specific role, considering industry standards, geographical location, and the candidate's unique experience and skills, provides a robust basis for your offer. Internal equity, meaning how this salary compares to current employees in similar roles within your organization, is equally important to maintain fairness and prevent future dissatisfaction. When preparing your offer, always factor in the approved budget range allocated for this position. This established range acts as the boundary within which negotiations can realistically occur, guiding your initial offer and setting expectations for any potential counteroffers. While flexibility might exist at the higher end of the range, or even slightly beyond in exceptional cases with appropriate approvals, starting point negotiations should generally remain within these financial parameters. These parameters are non-negotiable constraints. The art of salary negotiation begins the moment the candidate receives the offer, and it requires finesse and preparedness on the part of the HR professional or hiring manager handling the discussion. It's less about haggling and more about finding a mutually agreeable value exchange that respects both the candidate's expectations and the company's limitations. Entering this conversation informed about the candidate's salary history or expectations, if permissible by law, and equipped with data on market rates, puts you in a stronger position to navigate their requests effectively. Should a candidate counter your initial offer, listen carefully to their reasoning and the specific components they wish to negotiate. Often, candidates will focus on base salary, but they may also raise points about signing bonuses, vacation time, professional development opportunities, or even job title modifications. Understanding their priorities allows you to assess the feasibility of their requests within your established policies and budget. Not every compensation element is equally negotiable. It's crucial during negotiation to maintain open and transparent communication. Explaining the context behind the compensation structure and the total value of the package being offered, including benefits, which candidates sometimes overlook. Highlighting the value of health insurance, retirement plans, paid time off, and other perks can demonstrate that the total compensation extends well beyond the base salary figure alone. This holistic view often helps bridge the gap between a candidate's salary request and the organization's structured offering. Navigating negotiation also involves knowing when and how to push back respectfully while still keeping the candidate engaged and feeling valued. If a candidate's request exceeds your budget or internal equity standards, it's important to explain why that specific figure might not be possible, perhaps by referencing the salary range for the role or the structure of the compensation band. You can then explore alternative ways to add value to the offer within permissible boundaries. Sometimes, expressing the organization's constraints is the most direct approach. Clarity prevents wasted effort. Sometimes, flexibility exists in non-monetary aspects of the offer that can serve as valuable negotiation points when salary is capped. Consider whether there's room to negotiate a slightly earlier review for a potential raise, offer a professional development budget, provide specific equipment, or adjust the start date to accommodate the candidate's needs. These small concessions can significantly enhance the attractiveness of the offer without breaking the predetermined salary budget. These are levers you can pull when the primary constraint, salary, is fixed. Throughout the negotiation process, keep a clear record of all discussions, offers made, and terms agreed upon verbally. This documentation is essential for updating the formal offer letter accurately once terms are finalized and agreed upon by both parties. It also provides a reference point should any discrepancies arise later on. Clear documentation is a fundamental principle of sound HR practice. A well-documented process protects both the organization and the candidate. Once negotiation concludes successfully, the next phase is effectively closing the candidate and securing their formal acceptance. This involves updating the offer letter to reflect any changes agreed upon during negotiation and sending it out promptly for the candidate's signature. A follow-up communication, perhaps a phone call from the hiring manager or HR, can reinforce excitement about them joining the team and address any final questions they may have. This reinforces the human element of the process. Setting a clear but reasonable deadline for the candidate to accept the offer is standard practice, providing them sufficient time to evaluate their options without leaving the position open indefinitely. This deadline creates a sense of urgency without being overly pressuring, prompting the candidate towards a timely decision. Communicate this deadline clearly when extending the formal written offer. Unbounded timelines create uncertainty for everyone involved. If the candidate accepts, the closing process involves confirming their acceptance in writing and initiating the onboarding procedures, which we'll cover in detail subsequently. This transition should be smooth and welcoming, reinforcing that they've made the right choice in joining the organization. Once the offer is accepted, the focus immediately shifts to integrating the new hire successfully into the team and company culture. A signed offer letter is just the beginning of the employment journey. Balanced against the desire to secure top talent is the necessity of adhering strictly to organizational policies and budget constraints. HR policies often dictate aspects of compensation structure, benefits eligibility, vacation accrual rates, and even the approval process for salary exceptions. Operating within these established guidelines is not only about financial prudence, but also about ensuring fairness and consistency across the workforce. Policies aren't arbitrary impediments. They are frameworks for equitable treatment. Departing from established policy or exceeding budget requires careful consideration and typically involves obtaining approvals from higher levels of management or finance, depending on the organization structure. Justifying an exception requires a compelling case, perhaps based on the candidate's unique skills, the criticality of the role, or competitive market pressures. Understanding the approval hierarchy and the criteria for exceptions is vital for navigating these situations effectively. Sometimes the best policy is recognizing when an acceptable exception rule might apply. Maintaining robust documentation throughout the offer and negotiation phase is not just good practice, but also essential for compliance and internal auditing. Every offer made, negotiated change, and final agreement should be accurately recorded within your HR information system or relevant documentation. This audit trail provides transparency and helps ensure that all processes align with legal requirements and internal governance standards. Traceability is a key principle. Successfully managing offers and negotiations boils down to a combination of preparation, clear communication, flexibility within defined limits, and a human-centered approach. It's about making the candidate feel valued while responsibly managing organizational resources and adhering to established frameworks. Mastering this phase significantly increases your chances of converting top candidates into enthusiastic new employees. See you in the next lecture, where we will discuss the equally crucial step of onboarding. Hello, everyone, and welcome back. Having navigated the process of attracting and selecting the right individuals for your organization, the critical next step, and arguably one of the most impactful, lies in how seamlessly you integrate them into the fold. This stage, commonly referred to as onboarding and orientation, is far more than a mere administrative formality. It's the foundational experience that shapes a new employee's perspective, sets the stage for their productivity, and significantly influences their long-term commitment to the company. Failing here can quickly erode the value gained during the exhaustive recruitment process, potentially leading to early departures and wasted resources. Think of onboarding as the deliberate strategy and the operational process designed to assimilate new hires into your company culture, familiarize them with their roles and responsibilities, and equip them with the necessary tools and knowledge to become productive contributors as quickly and effectively as possible. It extends beyond the initial paperwork and benefits sign-ups, encompassing everything from pre-start communication to the employee's first few months on the job. A well-executed onboarding plan ensures that the initial excitement of joining is sustained by a positive and supportive experience, making the new employee feel welcome and valued from day one. Orientation, while often used interchangeably with onboarding, typically refers to the initial phase, specifically the formal introduction to the company, its history, mission, values, and basic policies and procedures. This might involve group sessions covering compliance topics, benefits enrollment, a tour of the facilities, and meeting key personnel. It's the what you need to know right now part of the process, providing the fundamental context necessary for day-to-day functioning within the organization. The strategic importance of a structured onboarding program cannot be overstated. Research consistently shows that companies with effective onboarding processes achieve higher new hire retention rates, faster time to productivity, and greater employee engagement. Without structure, new hires are often left to fend for themselves, piecing together information haphazardly, leading to confusion, frustration, and a prolonged period before they can fully contribute to the team's objectives. A structured approach provides a clear roadmap, reducing anxiety and building confidence. Designing a structured onboarding program involves breaking down the integration process into manageable phases, often spanning anywhere from several weeks to several months. It begins even before the employee's official start date, a phase known as pre-boarding, which might include welcome emails, completion of initial forms online, and communication detailing what to expect on the first day. This proactive engagement helps alleviate pre-start jitters and builds anticipation. The first day and week are typically intense, focusing on introductions, setting up workspaces and technology, and diving into the initial orientation sessions mentioned earlier. Beyond this, the structured program should outline activities for the subsequent weeks and months, including departmental introductions, detailed role training, goal setting, and regular check-ins. Each phase should have clear objectives and planned activities to ensure consistent progress in the new hire's assimilation. Integrating mentorship into the onboarding process is a powerful strategy that provides new hires with a go-to person who isn't their direct manager for informal guidance, cultural nuances, and navigating the unspoken rules of the organization. A mentor can share insights into team dynamics, company politics, and general advice, accelerating the new employee's comfort level and sense of belonging. The mentor relationship should be thoughtfully assigned and supported by the organization, perhaps with suggested topics for discussion or planned informal meetings. Beyond the mentor relationship, formal training is another critical component that must be seamlessly integrated into the onboarding journey. This includes not just job-specific skills training, but also training on company-specific software, compliance requirements, and even soft skills necessary for success within the organizational context. The timing and delivery method of this training should be considered carefully, ensuring it's not overwhelming, but rather delivered in digestible chunks as the new hire progresses. Leveraging technology is becoming increasingly vital in creating efficient and engaging onboarding experiences, particularly in the digital age and with the rise of remote work. HR information systems, HRIS, often have onboarding modules that automate paperwork, track progress, and deliver compliance training. Dedicated onboarding software can provide interactive checklists, deliver welcome messages and videos, and facilitate introductions, creating a centralized, streamlined experience for both the new hire and the HR team responsible for managing the process. These tools not only enhance efficiency, but also contribute to a professional and organized first impression, which is crucial. Imagine contrast between a new hire spending their first day drowning in physical forms and waiting for technology access versus one guided through a digital portal where everything is prepared and easily accessible. Technology simplifies complex processes and ensures that critical steps aren't missed, providing a consistent experience across different hires and departments. Implementing regular checkpoints and feedback mechanisms throughout the onboarding period is absolutely essential for monitoring the new hire's progress and addressing any issues proactively. Scheduled one-on-one meetings with the manager at the 30, 60, and 90-day marks are common practice, providing opportunities to discuss performance, challenges, and overall satisfaction. These conversations demonstrate that you value their experience and are invested in their success. Additionally, Soliciting formal feedback from new hires, perhaps through anonymous surveys at key milestones or exit interviews if they leave early, provides invaluable insights into the effectiveness of your onboarding program itself. What worked well? What was confusing? What support was missing? This feedback loop is crucial for continuous improvement, allowing you to refine the process and make it better for future hires. The tangible outcomes of a strategic approach to onboarding, accelerated engagement, enhanced productivity, and improved retention, are directly linked. When employees feel welcomed, understand their roles, have the tools and training they need, and feel supported through mentorship and check-ins, they become engaged much faster. This early engagement translates directly into higher productivity as they confidently take on responsibilities and contribute to team goals without unnecessary delays or errors stemming from lack of knowledge or support. Furthermore, feeling valued and connected from the outset significantly increases the likelihood that a new employee will choose to stay with your organization long term. High early turnover is incredibly costly, not just in terms of recruitment expenses, but also lost productivity and morale impact on the remaining team. Strategic onboarding is a direct investment in reducing this risk and building a stable, motivated workforce that sees a future within your company. Consider a simple example. Two software developers are hired simultaneously at different companies. Company A throws a laptop and a stack of papers at their new hire, pointing them to a wiki and telling them to reach out if they have questions. Company B has a pre-boarded laptop ready, a scheduled series of orientation sessions for the first week, introduces them to a peer mentor, and sets up regular check-ins with their manager, outlining training modules for their first month. It's not hard to predict which developer will feel more capable, connected, and productive faster. The contrast highlights that onboarding isn't just about ticking boxes. It's about intentionally crafting an experience that makes the new hire feel like a valuable part of the team from day one and provides them with the clarity and support needed to succeed. It's an ongoing process of integration that requires coordination across HR, IT, management, and the immediate team. Each interaction during this critical phase contributes to the employee's lasting impression and decision to commit. So, as you consider your talent acquisition strategy, remember that landing the right person is only half the battle. How you welcome them, guide them through those initial weeks, and integrate them into the fabric of your organization through structured onboarding and orientation is paramount to ensuring that recruitment success translates in a long-term organizational strength and reduced turnover costs. It's the essential bridge between hiring potential and realizing it. Effective onboarding also reinforces your employer brand, carrying forward the positive impression you ideally built during the recruitment phase. A poor onboarding experience, conversely, can quickly damage your reputation, leading to negative reviews online and making future recruitment efforts more difficult. It's a critical touchpoint in the overall employee life cycle that demands careful planning and execution. Ultimately, investing time and resources into a robust onboarding strategy pays dividends in employee morale, team performance, and the financial health of the organization. It transforms new faces into integrated members of the team who understand their purpose and are ready to contribute meaningfully. This transition period is too important to leave to chance or rely on ad hoc processes. Designing these programs requires understanding the specific needs of your organization and different roles within it, as well as leveraging the available tools and technologies to create an efficient and engaging experience. It's an area where HR can demonstrate significant strategic value by reducing the time it takes for new hires to become fully productive and by improving overall employee retention rates. See you in the next lecture. All right, welcome back, everyone. In our previous conversations, we spent a good deal of time discussing how to find, screen, and onboard new people into the organization. That's crucial work, no doubt, but bringing someone in is really only half the battle. Wouldn't you agree? What happens after they've signed the offer letter and completed their initial orientation is arguably just as important, if not more so, when you consider the time and resources invested in getting them through the door in the first place. You see, the process doesn't end when they start. It merely transitions into a new phase focused on integrating them effectively and quickly into the fabric of your company. Losing a new hire shortly after bringing them on board represents a significant cost. We're talking about recruitment fees, time spent interviewing, onboarding program expenses, and a lost opportunity cost while the role remains unfilled or underfilled. Industry data consistently shows that the first few months are a critical period where a new employee is deciding if this is the right place for them, if they feel connected, supported, and see a future. Nipping potential turnover in the bud, especially early on, has a massive positive impact on your bottom line and organizational stability. This isn't just about filling seats. It's about retaining valuable talent from the outset. This is where the concept of early engagement comes squarely into focus. Think of it as extending the runway of onboarding, but with a much stronger emphasis on connection, performance alignment, and cultural integration rather than just procedural compliance and paperwork. Early engagement isn't a standalone program. It's a strategic approach that begins the moment the offer is accepted and intensifies during those initial weeks and months, laying a solid foundation for both the employee's success and their long-term commitment to the company. It's about making those first impressions count beyond the initial welcome aboard and ensuring they translate into sustained positive experiences. A key part of successful early engagement involves setting incredibly clear expectations from day one regarding their role, responsibilities, and how success is measured. New hires need to understand not just what they're supposed to do, but why it matters and how it fits into the bigger picture of the team and the organization's goals. Simply handing them a job description and wishing them luck isn't sufficient. You must actively guide them through the initial learning curve and contextualize their work within the company's mission and values. This clarity reduces ambiguity and helps them get oriented much faster. Introducing the new hire to the organizational culture effectively is another critical piece during this early period. This goes beyond explaining values listed on a wall. It's about showing them the norms, communication styles, and how things really get done around here. Peer support systems like assigning a buddy or mentor can be incredibly effective in this regard, providing a friendly point person who can offer informal guidance, answer mundane questions they might feel silly asking a manager, and help them navigate the social landscape. This helps foster a sense of belonging and makes the workplace feel less intimidating. Providing initial training and assessing early skill application is also paramount during the early engagement phase. Based on what you learned during the selection process, tailor initial training not just on company systems and processes, but also on any foundational skills they might need to hit the ground running or areas where they might require reinforcement. Don't assume they can immediately perform at full capacity. Evaluate their progress, identify areas where they might need additional support or training, and proactively offer resources to bridge any gaps. This demonstrates an investment in their development right from the start. Establishing robust feedback mechanisms specifically tailored for new hires is absolutely non-negotiable if you're serious about early engagement and retention. Structured check-ins, such as 30-day, 60-day, and 90-day conversations with their manager, provide dedicated opportunities to discuss how things are going, address challenges, and provide constructive feedback on their performance and integration. These aren't just casual chats. They should have a planned agenda covering acclimation, resources, relationships, goals, and initial performance observations. Ignoring the need for structured conversations early on is like launching a ship without navigation points. Beyond formal check-ins, cultivating channels for informal feedback is equally vital. Encourage managers and peers to provide timely, specific feedback, both positive reinforcement acknowledging successes and constructive suggestions for improvement. Creating a culture where it feels safe for new hires to ask questions and admit when they're struggling is crucial. Make it clear who they can go to for help and support without fear of judgment. Anonymous new hire surveys conducted after a few weeks or months can also yield invaluable insights into process improvement and recurring challenges. These regular feedback loops naturally lead into performance checkpoints, which are distinct from formal, scheduled performance reviews that might happen later in the year. Early performance checkpoints focus on the initial goals set during onboarding or the first few weeks, often related to learning curves, grasping core tasks, and successful integration with the team. It's a chance to review their initial progress against these early milestones, clarify expectations again if needed, and provide targeted coaching to ensure they're on the right track. Think of it as iterative calibration rather than summative evaluation. Addressing any issues or concerns that arise during these performance checkpoints promptly and constructively is critical. If a new hire is struggling with a specific task or integration point, identifying it early allows you to intervene, provide additional training or resources, or adjust the approach before it becomes a larger problem. Conversely, recognizing and acknowledging their early successes, even small wins, provides positive reinforcement and boosts confidence and motivation, showing them their contributions are seen and valued within the team. This proactive approach prevents small issues from festering into reasons for departure. It's worth reiterating how these early engagement strategies directly address common retention drivers in new employees. Feeling supported by their manager and team is paramount. Regular check-ins and peer support directly foster this. Having clear goals and understanding their performance expectations provides a sense of direction and purpose. Receiving timely, constructive feedback helps them understand how they're doing and areas for growth, demonstrating an investment in their future development. These elements combine to build a strong sense of psychological safety and belonging, which are foundational for long-term commitment. Providing even early glimpses of potential career pathing within the organization, where appropriate, can also be a significant retention driver in these initial months. While you don't need to map out their entire career on day one, discussing potential growth opportunities within their role or adjacent areas can show new employees that there are possibilities for advancement and development if they perform well. This signals that the company isn't just a temporary stop, but a place where they can build a future, encouraging them to invest their energy and commitment. It provides context for their current efforts and future aspirations. Consider a scenario where a new engineer joins the team and, despite strong technical skills, struggles to adapt to the company's specific agile workflow or internal tooling. Without early engagement check-ins and performance checkpoints, this struggle might go unnoticed or unaddressed, leading to frustration and perceived failure for the new hire. However, with structured feedback sessions, the manager can identify this specific challenge early, provide targeted training, or pair them with a colleague proficient in those areas, turning a potential point of failure into a successful learning opportunity and reinforcing their value. Another example involves a new marketing specialist who quickly grasps their core responsibilities but isn't fully integrated into cross-functional team collaborations. Early informal feedback from peers during buddy lunches or quick syncs, combined with the manager's observations during a 30-day check-in, might reveal this. The manager can then actively facilitate introductions, involve the new hire in relevant cross-functional meetings, and explain the importance of those connections, helping them build necessary relationships and feel more connected to the wider organization beyond their immediate team. It's about proactive social and collaborative integration. Ultimately, the objective of focusing on early engagement and establishing these feedback and performance checkpoints is to build a solid foundation for long-term employee retention right from the start. By making new hires feel welcomed, supported, clear on expectations, and integrated into the culture, you significantly increase the likelihood they will feel committed to the organization and see a future there. This isn't just about reducing early turnover. It's about cultivating productive, engaged employees who become valuable contributors over time. It's a strategic investment in your workforce's future. So, to wrap up, remember that retention efforts begin long before an employee is considering leaving. They start the moment someone joins your organization. Effective early engagement, underpinned by consistent feedback mechanisms and timely performance checkpoints, is your best defense against early regrettable turnover and your strongest tool for building a stable, committed workforce. Make these initial months a priority, and you'll reap the benefits of a more engaged and retained talent pool down the line. It's simply good HR practice, yielding tangible business results. Thanks for joining me for this lesson. See you in the next one. Hello, everyone, and welcome back. Today, we're going to delve into the core of how organizations attempt to measure, manage, and ultimately improve the work done by their employees, performance management systems. Think of this not just as an HR process isolated in a department, but rather as a fundamental mechanism intended to align individual effort with collective goals and foster growth within the workforce. It's the structured way we often try to ensure people know what's expected, understand how they're doing, and have opportunities to get better at it. Now, when we talk about a performance management system, we're often referring to a comprehensive framework that goes beyond just an annual review form. This framework includes establishing expectations, providing ongoing feedback, evaluating results against those expectations, and using that information to make decisions about development, compensation, and future roles. It's a continuous cycle, ideally, rather than a single, discrete event happening once a year. Historically, performance management was quite often synonymous with the annual performance appraisal, a formal meeting once a year to look back at the past 12 months. While this traditional model still exists in many places, it has faced significant criticism over its effectiveness, often being perceived as backward-looking, administrative burden, and sometimes disconnected from real-time performance issues or successes. The validity and fairness of relying solely on a single annual conversation have been widely questioned as the business world demands more agility and responsiveness. This has led to the evolution of performance management, with a significant shift towards more dynamic and continuous approaches. Instead of focusing on a big, infrequent event, modern thinking emphasizes frequent check-ins, ongoing feedback loops, and conversations centered around forward-looking development. The idea is that performance isn't static and shouldn't be managed as if it were. Rather, it's a dynamic process that benefits from regular attention and calibration. Different models exist within this broader spectrum, each with its own philosophy and practical application. Some organizations still adhere closely to a cascading goals model, where strategic objectives from the top of the organization are broken down into smaller, individual contributions that can be tracked and measured. Others might adopt approaches like objectives and key results, OKRs, popularized by companies like Google, which focus on ambitious goal setting and measurable outcomes within shorter cycles, typically quarterly. Another model that gained traction is the use of 360-degree feedback, where an employee receives feedback not just from their direct manager, but also from peers, subordinates, and even external stakeholders like customers. While valuable for providing a comprehensive view of an individual's impact and behavior, 360 feedback is usually used for developmental purposes rather than solely for performance evaluation tied directly to compensation or promotion decisions. Integrating these different feedback sources can enrich the conversation about performance and potential. Regardless of the specific model chosen, a typical performance management cycle generally involves several phases. It starts with setting expectations and goals at the beginning of a period, ensuring employees understand what constitutes success for their role in the coming months. This planning phase is critical for establishing a clear roadmap and aligning individual efforts with team and organizational objectives. Without clear expectations up front, any subsequent evaluation becomes inherently subjective and potentially unfair. Following the goal-setting phase comes the ongoing monitoring and coaching period. This is where the concept of continuous performance management really takes hold, involving regular and formal check-ins between managers and employees. These check-ins are opportunities to discuss progress, provide timely feedback, address challenges, and offer support or resources needed to succeed. It's through this ongoing dialogue that course corrections can be made in real time, preventing small issues from becoming large problems. The formal evaluation or appraisal phase typically happens at defined intervals, such as quarterly, semi-annually, or annually, depending on the system. This is where performance against the previously set goals and expectations is formally reviewed and documented. It's a summary point, ideally reflecting the discussions and feedback that have occurred throughout the preceding period, rather than being the first time performance issues or successes are raised. This review should be a conversation based on data and observation, not just subjective opinion. Crucially, the output of the performance evaluation should feed directly into subsequent actions. This includes identifying areas for development and creating development plans to help the employee grow their skills and capabilities. It also informs decisions related to compensation adjustments, promotions, or, in some cases, performance improvement plans if performance is consistently below expectations. The entire process should ideally be linked to tangible outcomes for the employee and the business. The shift towards continuous feedback models acknowledges the limitations of relying solely on infrequent formal reviews. Waiting a full year to provide significant feedback, whether positive or constructive, can be demotivating and ineffective. Small wins aren't celebrated in a timely manner, and performance issues can fester, becoming much harder to correct later on. Continuous feedback, on the other hand, is about integrating performance conversations into the regular rhythm of work. This means providing immediate, specific feedback as soon as possible after an event occurs, allowing employees to understand the impact of their actions while the context is still fresh. It fosters a culture of open communication and learning, where feedback is seen as a tool for growth rather than just a judgment mechanism. Implementing a continuous feedback model often requires significant investment in training managers on how to have effective coaching conversations. It's not just about telling people what they did right or wrong. It's about facilitating self-reflection, exploring root causes of performance gaps, and collaboratively identifying solutions and next steps. This requires a different skill set than simply filling out a form once a year. Technology plays an increasingly vital role in supporting performance management systems, especially as companies move towards more frequent and continuous processes. Dedicated performance management software or modules within larger HR information systems, HRIS, provide platforms for setting and tracking goals, requesting and providing feedback, conducting check-ins, and managing the formal review process. These tools can help standardize processes and ensure data is captured consistently. These technological solutions often offer features like goal cascading dashboards, automated reminders for check-ins, tools for soliciting and sharing feedback from multiple sources, and analytics on performance distribution across the organization. By digitizing and centralizing performance data, HR and managers can gain better insights into workforce performance trends, identify high and low performers, and ensure greater consistency in how performance is managed and rewarded. This consistency is key to perceived fairness within the organization. However, it's important to remember that technology is merely an enabler. It doesn't replace the human element of performance management. Effective performance management ultimately relies on the quality of the conversations between managers and employees. A sophisticated system with poor coaching interactions will likely yield limited results. The tool should support the process and the relationships, not dictate them entirely. Measuring and enhancing employee performance consistently across an organization is a significant challenge, and no single system is a silver bullet. What works well in one organization or team might not be effective in another, depending on the culture, industry, and specific roles. The key is to design a system that aligns with the organizational strategy and values, facilitates meaningful dialogue, and provides clear pathways for both evaluation and development. Consistency in application is arguably more important than the specific model chosen. Are expectations clear and communicated universally? Is feedback delivered equitably and constructively? Are evaluation criteria understood and applied fairly? Are consequences and rewards linked demonstrably to performance outcomes? A well-designed system poorly implemented will fall short of its objectives, potentially doing more harm than good to employee morale and trust. Ultimately, the goal of performance management is not just administration. It is to drive high performance, foster employee growth, and ensure that individual contributions collectively move the organization forward. By understanding the different models, the typical appraisal cycle, the move towards continuous feedback, and the role of technology, you gain a solid foundation for navigating this critical HR function. It's about creating clarity, enabling dialogue, and supporting continuous improvement. See you in the next lesson. Hi, everyone, and welcome back. We've just finished discussing the various performance management systems available to organizations, exploring different models and cycles for assessing how people are doing. Now that we have a framework for managing performance, we need to establish what exactly it is we are trying to manage to begin with. That brings us to the crucial topic of setting clear expectations. Without defining what success looks like, any performance system, no matter how well designed, risks becoming a bureaucratic exercise devoid of actual impact or meaningful direction for individuals or teams. Effective performance management begins not with the review itself, but with clearly articulating what is expected of employees and how their contributions align with the broader objectives of the business. This isn't just about setting tasks. It's about defining outcomes and the metrics that will indicate progress and achievement. It's about ensuring every individual understands how their daily work connects to the bigger picture, providing a sense of purpose and direction far beyond merely completing assigned duties. This is where the concept of goal setting comes into play, providing a structured way to define what needs to be accomplished within a specific time frame. Goals act as targets, giving individuals and teams something concrete to strive for and a clear benchmark against which their efforts can be measured. Poorly defined goals lead to confusion, wasted effort, and difficulty in assessing performance accurately, undermining the entire performance management process you might have put in place. One widely used and particularly effective framework for setting meaningful goals is the SMART criteria. You've likely encountered this acronym before, perhaps in different contexts, but it applies with particular force when establishing performance objectives for employees. Adhering to the SMART principles helps ensure that goals are not merely aspirational statements, but are practical, actionable, and genuinely useful for driving performance improvement and clarity. The S in SMART stands for specific, meaning a goal should clearly define what needs to be achieved, who is responsible, and potentially where and how it will be done. Vague goals like improve customer satisfaction are difficult to act on. A specific goal might be increase the average customer satisfaction score reported in the quarterly survey from 85% to 90% for handled support tickets. This level of detail leaves little room for misinterpretation about the desired outcome. M is for measurable, requiring that there must be a way to quantify success or track progress towards a goal. If you can't measure it, you can't manage it effectively, and you certainly can't definitively say whether the goal has been met. Using numerical targets, completion percentages, or quantifiable outcomes ensures that assessment is objective and based on tangible results rather than subjective impressions or vague feelings of accomplishment. Signifies achievable, emphasizing that goals should be realistic and attainable given the resources, time, and capabilities available to the individual or team. While goals should certainly be challenging to encourage growth and push boundaries, setting targets that are clearly impossible from the start only leads to demotivation and a sense of failure. It's important to strike a balance between ambition and practicality when defining what can reasonably be accomplished within the designated period. R stands for relevant, ensuring that the goal is meaningful and aligns with the individual's role, the team's priorities, and the broader strategic objectives of the organization. A goal might be specific, measurable, and achievable, but if it doesn't contribute to important outcomes or isn't truly relevant to the current focus, pursuing it can be a distraction. Relevant goals ensure that individual efforts are directed towards activities that genuinely matter to the business's success. Finally, T is for time-bound, meaning a goal must have a clear deadline or time frame for completion. Without a defined endpoint, goals tend to drift and lose urgency, and it becomes impossible to gauge progress effectively or conduct timely reviews. Setting a specific date or period creates accountability and provides a necessary structure for planning activities and allocating the required resources to meet the target within the given constraints. So, setting smart goals provide a robust foundation for clarifying expectations and defining desired outcomes. However, to truly manage performance against those goals, we need to quantify and track progress reliably. This is precisely where key performance indicators, or KPIs, become indispensable tools. KPIs are specific, quantifiable measures used to evaluate the success of an organization, team, or individual in meeting objectives. Think of KPIs as the navigational instruments that tell you if you are on course to reach your goal. While the goal defines the destination and possibly what you will do to get there, the KPI tells you how well you're doing along the way. They provide objective data points that allow for monitoring progress, identifying areas needing attention, and ultimately determining whether the stated goal has been achieved within the given time frame. Choosing the right KPIs is critical. They should be directly linked to the goals they are intended to measure. For instance, if the goal is to reduce the average time it takes to fill open positions by 15% within the next 6 months, relevant KPIs might include average time to hire, number of days roles stay open, or conversion rate at each stage of the recruitment pipeline. These metrics directly reflect aspects of the recruitment process that influence the time it takes to hire. KPIs can vary widely depending on the nature of the goal and the function. In HR, common KPIs beyond time to hire might include employee turnover rate, employee engagement scores, training completion rates, internal promotion rate, or diversity metrics. For a sales team aiming to increase revenue, relevant KPIs would focus on metrics like sales volume, customer acquisition cost, or average deal size. The process of developing KPIs often flows directly from the goal-setting exercise. Once a SMART goal is defined, the next step is to ask, how will we know if we are successfully moving towards or have achieved this goal? The answers to this question will point towards the relevant metrics that should be tracked as KPIs, ensuring they are purpose-driven and not just data points collected for their own sake without a clear link to performance. It's crucial not to overwhelm individuals or teams with too many KPIs. Focusing on a few relevant, high-impact indicators is far more effective than tracking dozens of metrics that dilute focus. The chosen KPIs should be easily understandable. The data required to measure them should be accessible and reliable, and they should genuinely reflect performance in relation to the defined goal. Complexity here often defeats the purpose, leading to measurement fatigue. Regularly reviewing KPIs is just as important as defining them in the first place. KPIs are not static measures set at the beginning of a goal period and forgotten until the end. They should be monitored periodically, perhaps weekly or monthly, depending on the nature of the goal and the pace of work. These check-ins provide opportunities to discuss progress, identify roadblocks early, and make necessary adjustments to activities or strategies. This ongoing monitoring using KPIs naturally feeds into the continuous feedback and coaching process we touched upon in the previous lesson and will explore further next. Data from KPIs provides objective evidence for performance discussions, making feedback more concrete and less subjective. It allows managers and employees to have informed conversations about what's working, what isn't, and what adjustments are needed to stay on track towards the desired outcomes. Distinguishing between goals and KPIs is important. The goal is the objective you are trying to reach, landing on the moon, if you will. The KPIs are the altitude meter, the speed indicator, the fuel gauge, the specific measurements telling you if you're on the right trajectory and have the resources to get there. Both are essential components of effective performance management, working in tandem to provide clarity, direction, and accountability. In summary, setting well-defined, SMART goals provides the what and by when of performance expectations, ensuring alignment with strategic priorities. Developing relevant, measurable KPIs provides the how to measure and often the how much to monitor progress and assess achievement objectively. Together, they form a powerful combination for driving individual and organizational performance and ensuring everyone is pulling in the same direction towards desired outcomes. See you in the next lecture, where we'll discuss how to use this foundation of goals and KPIs in effective feedback and coaching conversations. Welcome back. Today, we're diving into the crucial and sometimes uncomfortable topic of feedback and how it connects to performance coaching. Effective performance management isn't just about annual reviews or hitting targets. It's underpinned by a continuous cycle of clear communication. When we talk about feedback, we're talking about providing specific information about an employee's performance, behavior, or results with the intention of helping them understand what's working well and what could be improved. Think of it as data that allows the employee to navigate their own performance effectively. Delivering feedback effectively is perhaps one of the most challenging skills for any manager or HR professional to master, primarily because it requires both courage and empathy. It's not merely recounting past events, but framing them in a way that is actionable and constructive for the future. Poorly delivered feedback, conversely, can demotivate, confuse, or even damage trust, making the whole exercise counterproductive. Constructive feedback should always focus on behavior or specific actions, not on personality traits or inherent qualities. For instance, instead of saying you're unorganized, which is a judgment, you might say, I noticed that the last 3 reports were submitted past the deadline, and the filing system for Project X isn't up to date, which describes observable behavior and its impact. This concrete approach makes the feedback much easier for the employee to process and act upon. Timeliness is another critical element of useful feedback. The closer the feedback is given to the event it concerns, the easier it is for the employee to recall the situation and link the input to their actions. Waiting months until an annual review makes specific incidents fuzzy and diminishes the opportunity for immediate correction or reinforcement of positive behaviors. This quick turnaround ensures relevance and maximizes the learning opportunity inherent in the feedback. Furthermore, effective feedback is a two-way street. It's not just about the manager talking, but also about listening to the employee's perspective. Providing space for the employee to share their thoughts, explain the circumstances, or ask clarifying questions transforms the conversation from a directive into a dialogue. This collaborative approach helps build mutual understanding and makes the employee feel heard and respected. Consider a situation where a team member consistently interrupts others in meetings. Ineffectively delivered feedback might be, you need to stop being so rude and let people finish talking. This is judgmental, vague, and focuses on a personality label, rude, rather than specific behavior. It's likely to make the employee defensive rather than receptive. A more effective approach would be to say, during the team meeting this morning, I noticed that on 3 separate occasions, you started speaking before Sarah and David had finished their points. This is specific. This morning, 3 separate occasions, identifies the behavior, started speaking before, finished, and names the affected parties, Sarah, David, providing concrete examples. You might then add, when this happens, it can make it difficult for everyone to fully understand their contributions and disrupt the flow of ideas. This explains the impact of the behavior. After delivering this specific feedback about the interruptions, a good manager would then pause and invite the employee's perspective. They might ask, can you help me understand what was happening from your perspective during those moments? Or, is there anything contributing to this that we should discuss? This opens the door for dialogue and allows the employee to share context or explain their intentions, fostering a more productive conversation. Now, let's shift our focus slightly to performance coaching, which builds upon the foundation of feedback but has a distinct purpose. While feedback is often about evaluating past performance and current behavior, coaching is more forward-looking, focused on helping the employee develop capabilities and solve their own problems. It's less about telling someone what to do and more about helping them discover their own solutions and potential. Think of a coach in sports. They don't play the game for the athlete, but they observe, ask questions, offer guidance, and help the athlete refine their skills and strategy. Performance coaching in the workplace operates similarly, aiming to empower the employee to improve, grow, and take ownership of their development path. It's about unlocking potential and facilitating self-directed learning. A manager acting as a coach uses active listening and powerful questioning techniques to guide the employee's thinking. Instead of providing answers directly, they might ask, what are the biggest challenges you're facing with this task? Or what approaches have you considered so far? The goal is to help the employee explore the situation, identify options, and commit to a course of action they've determined themselves. Coaching conversations often follow a structure, even if informally, starting with understanding the employee's current situation or goal. This involves clarifying what they want to achieve or which problem they're trying to solve regarding their performance or development. It sets the stage for a focused discussion on improvement. Next, the coaching process typically involves exploring the current reality. This is where feedback often slots in. Discussing observations about performance and behavior helps the employee gain a clear understanding of their starting point. It's about honestly assessing where they are now in relation to their goal. Following the exploration of reality, the conversation moves into generating options for moving forward. The coach encourages the employee to brainstorm different strategies, resources, or actions they could take to address the performance gap or reach their development goal. The focus remains on the employee generating the ideas, while the coach might offer suggestions only after the employee's ideas are exhausted or to broaden their thinking. Finally, a crucial part of coaching is establishing the will or commitment to action. This involves helping the employee decide on specific steps they will take, by when, and what support they might need. It's about creating accountability for the chosen path and ensuring the conversation leads to tangible progress. Let's consider an employee who received feedback about needing to improve their project management skills, specifically around planning and meeting deadlines. A coaching conversation wouldn't just reiterate the need for improvement. It would explore how they might improve. The manager might start by asking, you received feedback that consistency in meeting project deadlines is an area for development. What are your thoughts on that feedback, and what challenges do you see related to project planning and execution? This acknowledges the feedback, but immediately shifts to understanding and problem solving. Then, the manager could follow up with coaching questions like what resources or tools exist that could help you create more robust project plans? Or have you thought about how you could break down large tasks into smaller, more manageable steps? And importantly, what specific actions are you willing to commit to taking this week to improve your planning process? These questions guide the employee toward finding their own solutions. Feedback informs coaching, and coaching helps an employee leverage that feedback for growth. When an employee receives feedback about a weakness, coaching provides the structure and support for them to develop strategies and skills to overcome it. It converts a performance observation into a development opportunity. This is where development plans come into play, often emerging directly from coaching conversations informed by performance feedback. A development plan is a concrete roadmap outlining the specific steps, resources, and timeline for an employee to acquire new skills or improve existing ones. It formalizes the commitments made during the coaching discussion. A development plan might include actions like attending a specific training course, seeking mentorship from a colleague with expertise in the area, practicing a new technique on a low-stakes project, or scheduling regular check-ins with a manager to discuss progress and challenges. It provides structure and measurable goals. The interplay between feedback, coaching, and development plans is essential for fostering a culture of continuous improvement and growth within an organization. Regular, constructive feedback highlights areas for attention. Coaching empowers the employee to develop their capabilities to address those areas, and development plans provide the structured actions needed to make progress tangible. It's important to remember that both feedback and coaching require practice and patience from both the giver and the receiver. Building trust and creating a safe environment where employees feel comfortable receiving feedback and engaging in open coaching conversations takes time and consistent effort. It's an ongoing process, not a one-time event. Ultimately, the goal is to move beyond performance management as a bureaucratic process and embed feedback and coaching into the daily flow of work. When this happens, employees are better equipped to understand their impact, take ownership of their performance, and actively pursue their own development, leading to stronger individual and organizational performance. Keep practicing these skills. They are fundamental to effective HR and leadership. See you in the next lesson. Welcome back. Today, we're going to delve into the critically important domain of training and development within organizations, exploring how these programs are conceptualized, built, delivered, and assessed for effectiveness. Training and development aren't just buzzwords. They represent a fundamental investment in your workforce's capabilities and, by extension, in your organization's future viability and competitive edge. Think of it as maintaining and upgrading the skills software that powers your organization hardware. If you neglect this, decay is inevitable. The process typically begins long before anyone steps into a classroom or logs into an e-learning module. It starts with identifying why training is needed in the first place. This initial phase is formally known as Training Needs Assessment, or TNA for short. A thorough TNA involves systematically gathering information to determine what skills, knowledge, or abilities are lacking or could be improved upon, either for individuals, specific teams, or the entire organization. This isn't just about fixing current problems. It also anticipates future needs based on strategic goals, technological shifts, or market demands. Without a proper needs assessment, you risk building training programs that miss the mark entirely, addressing symptoms rather than root causes, or training people on things they already know. It's akin to prescribing medication without diagnosing the illness, potentially wasteful and ineffective, maybe even harmful in redirecting resources. There are various levels at which you can conduct a TNA. You might look at the organizational level, examining strategic plans, performance metrics, or industry trends to identify broad areas where new capabilities are needed to meet business objectives. Perhaps a company pivot into a new market demands a workforce fluent in different regulations or technologies. Then there's the task or job level analysis, which focuses on specific roles and responsibilities. Here, you dissect what tasks are performed at a given job, what knowledge and skills are required to perform them successfully, and where performance gaps currently exist against defined standards or benchmarks. This could involve observing employees, analyzing job descriptions, or reviewing performance data. Finally, the individual level TNA assesses the specific training needs of individual employees. This often comes out of performance appraisals, personal development plans, or employee requests. It pinpoints individual skill deficits or areas for growth that align with their career trajectory and the organization's needs. Methods for collecting TNA data can be varied, and often a combination is best to get a complete picture. Surveys and questionnaires can gather input from a large number of employees about their perceived training needs or skill gaps within their roles or teams. While quick, these rely on self-reporting, which might not always align with objective performance measures. Interviews, either one-on-one or in focus groups, allow for deeper exploration of training needs, uncovering nuances and specific examples of performance issues or development desires that might be missed in a survey. This qualitative data can be incredibly rich, though it is more time-consuming to collect and analyze. Observation involves watching employees perform their jobs to identify discrepancies between current performance and desired standards. This is particularly effective for skills that are procedural or highly physical, where simply asking someone about their performance might not reveal actual deficiencies. It provides direct evidence of skill gaps in action. Reviewing existing documentation, such as performance reviews, production reports, customer feedback, or quality control data, can often highlight areas where performance consistently falls short or where new skills are required to improve outcomes. This method offers objective data points that can corroborate or challenge findings from surveys or interviews. Once the TNA is complete and you have a clear understanding of what training is needed and who needs it, the next step is program development. This stage translates the identified needs into concrete learning experiences designed to close those gaps effectively and efficiently. It's where the raw data from the TNA is forged into a plan of action. Developing a training program involves several key decisions. Firstly, you need to define clear, measurable learning objectives. What should participants know or be able to do differently after completing the training? Objectives must be specific enough that you can later assess whether they were met. For instance, instead of a vague objective like understand customer service, a measurable objective would be resolve 80% of common customer inquiries on first contact within a 2-minute time frame after completing the module. This precision is crucial for both designing the content and evaluating success. Next, you select and structure the content that directly addresses the learning objectives. This involves deciding what information, skills, or attitudes need to be taught and organizing them in a logical flow that facilitates learning. The content must be relevant, accurate, and presented in a way that is accessible to the target audience. Choosing appropriate instructional methods is also a critical part of program design. Will the training involve lectures, case studies, simulations, role-playing, group discussions, or a combination? The methods chosen should align with the learning objectives and the type of knowledge or skill being taught. For example, teaching technical skills might require hands-on practice or simulation, while teaching conceptual knowledge might suit lectures and discussions. You also need to consider the materials and resources required for the training. This includes developing participant guides, facilitator notes, presentations, exercises, videos, or access to software and equipment. High-quality, well-designed materials can significantly enhance the learning experience and support the instructor. One of the key considerations in modern training program development is the learning modality, how the training will be delivered. We are no longer limited to the traditional classroom setting, although that still has its place, particularly for topics requiring high interaction or hands-on practice. Classroom training offers direct trainer-participant interaction and peer learning opportunities. Online learning, or e-learning, has become increasingly prevalent, offering flexibility and scalability. This can range from self-paced modules accessed through a learning management system, LMS, to live virtual classrooms and webinars. E-learning is excellent for delivering consistent content to geographically dispersed employees or for allowing individuals to learn at their own pace. Blended learning combines aspects of both online and in-person modalities, leveraging the strengths of each. For example, participants might complete online modules to learn foundational concepts before attending an in-person session for discussion, practice, or simulation. This approach can offer the flexibility of online learning while retaining the benefits of face-to-face interaction for complex topics. On-the-job training, OJT, is another vital modality where employees learn by actually performing tasks under the guidance of an experienced colleague or supervisor. This is highly practical and relevant, as learning occurs in the actual work environment. However, its effectiveness depends heavily on the skills of the trainer and the availability of time for coaching and guidance. Mentoring and coaching, while sometimes viewed separately, are also powerful development modalities. Mentoring typically involves a more experienced individual guiding a less experienced person over a sustained period, focusing on broader career development. Coaching is usually more focused on developing specific skills or addressing particular performance challenges, often over a shorter term and sometimes with an external expert. The choice of modality or combination depends on various factors: the learning objectives, the nature of the content, the target audience's location and tech access, the budget, and available resources. An effective program often incorporates multiple modalities to address diverse learning styles and needs. But simply delivering training isn't the end of the process. Arguably, the most crucial step is evaluating its effectiveness. You need to determine if the training met its objectives and delivered value back to the organization. Evaluation helps justify the investment, identify areas for improvement in the training design or delivery, and demonstrate the impact of HR on business outcomes. A widely used model for training evaluation is Kirkpatrick's 4 levels. Level 1, reaction, measures how participants felt about the training. Did they like it? Was it relevant? This is often gathered through smile sheets or feedback forms immediately after the training. While important for immediate satisfaction, it doesn't tell you if any learning actually occurred. Level 2, learning, assesses whether participants actually acquired the intended knowledge, skills, or attitudes. This can be measured through quizzes, tests, assessments, or demonstrations. Did they pass the test? Did they demonstrate competence in a controlled environment? This tells you if the information landed, but not if it translated to their job. Level 3, behavior, measures whether participants applied what they learned on the job. Did their behavior change back in the workplace as a result of the training? This is often harder to measure and might require observation, supervisor feedback, or comparison of performance data before and after the training. A participant passing a test doesn't guarantee they will use the skill when needed. Level 4, results, evaluates the ultimate impact of the training on organizational outcomes. Did the training lead to desired business results, such as increased productivity, reduced errors, improved customer satisfaction, or higher sales? This is the highest level of evaluation and the most challenging, requiring baseline data and careful analysis to link training specifically to measurable improvements. Return on investment, ROI, calculations also fit into this level, though calculating the precise financial return can be complex. Beyond Kirkpatrick, evaluation can also be formative conducted during program development or delivery to make improvements, or summative, conducted after the program is complete to assess its overall effectiveness. Effective evaluation isn't a one-off event, but an ongoing process that informs future training efforts, ensuring programs remain relevant and impactful. Training and development programs, when executed thoughtfully from needs assessment through to rigorous evaluation, are fundamental drivers of workforce capability. They ensure employees possess the current skills needed for their roles, prepare them for future challenges and opportunities, and contribute directly to the organization's agility, performance, and achievement of its strategic goals. It's an ongoing loop: assess, design, deliver, evaluate, and refine. See you in the next lecture. Hello again, everyone. In this section, we're going to delve into something absolutely crucial for any thriving organization: how we help people grow within their roles and prepare the organization for the future by identifying and developing our internal talent. It's about creating pathways for employees and ensuring continuity in leadership. Think about it this way: people join organizations not just for a job today, but often because they envision a future for themselves there. If they can't see where they might go, what skills they need to get there, and that the organization is invested in helping them, they're far more likely to start looking elsewhere. This is why career planning isn't just a nice to have. It's a fundamental part of employee retention and engagement. It demonstrates that you value their potential and are willing to invest in their journey. Career planning involves a dialogue between the employee and their manager, sometimes facilitated by HR, to explore potential future roles within the company. It helps the employee understand the skills, experiences, and knowledge required for different positions they might aspire to. This isn't about promising specific roles, but rather about outlining possible trajectories and identifying the steps needed to move along them. By formally discussing these possibilities, you demystify the process and empower employees to take ownership of their development within the company structure. A key tool here is career pathing, which involves mapping out potential routes employees can take laterally or vertically within the organization. For example, an entry-level software developer might see paths leading to senior developer, team lead, architect, or even a project management role, each with defined skill sets and necessary experiences. Making these paths transparent allows employees to set tangible goals and focus their development efforts effectively. It takes the guesswork out of internal mobility and explicitly shows what the journey could look like. Development plans are the practical outcome of career planning conversations. Once an employee identifies a potential career path, a manager or HR can help them create a personalized plan outlining specific actions needed to acquire the necessary skills or experience. This might include identifying training courses, seeking mentorship, taking on challenging projects, or even pursuing external certifications. These plans transform abstract aspirations into concrete, actionable steps that can be tracked and supported. It's the roadmap that emerges from the career pathing discussion. Now, while career planning focuses on the individual employee's growth trajectory, succession planning looks at the organization's future needs, particularly for critical leadership and specialized roles. It's the process of identifying key positions that are vital to the organization's success, and then identifying internal employees who have the potential to fill those roles when they become vacant. This proactive approach ensures that the organization isn't caught off guard by unexpected departures or faced with scrambling to fill senior positions. It's about securing organizational continuity. Succession planning isn't just for the CEO position. It applies to any role where a sudden vacancy would cause significant disruption or where specialized knowledge is concentrated. This could include key technical experts, critical project managers, or heads of essential departments. By identifying these roles and preparing potential successors, the organization builds resilience and minimizes risk associated with talent gaps. It provides a buffer against the inevitable changes that occur in any workforce over time. The process typically begins with identifying those critical roles vital for strategic execution and operational stability. Once identified, the next step is to assess the current talent pool to find employees with the potential to step into these roles. This assessment isn't just about current performance, but also about leadership potential, adaptability, cultural fit, and the willingness to develop. Finding individuals who not only can do the job, but also want to grow into greater responsibility is key to successful succession. Assessing high potential employees, often called HEPOs, involves looking beyond immediate job performance to evaluate competencies like strategic thinking, ability to influence others, resilience, and learning agility. These are traits that often predict success in more complex or senior roles. This assessment process requires structured methods, often involving input from multiple managers, performance data, and sometimes formal assessment centers or simulations. It's about making a well-informed estimation of future capability, not just past achievement. Once potential successors are identified, targeted development plans are created specifically for them. Unlike general career plans, these succession-focused plans are designed to close any specific gaps between the employee's current capabilities and the requirements of the future target role. This might involve specific leadership training, cross-functional assignments, mentorship from senior leaders, or even external executive coaching. These development efforts are highly strategic, directly linked to the organization's future leadership needs. These succession plans are often visualized in succession charts or matrices, showing critical roles, the current incumbent, and the identified potential successors, along with their readiness level, e.g., ready now, ready in 1 to 2 years, ready in 3+ years. While these charts are internal and confidential, the underlying planning process is essential for senior leadership to review and utilize in workforce strategy. They serve as a living document that informs talent development and deployment decisions at the highest levels. Talent reviews are a crucial mechanism that often links career planning and succession planning. These are structured meetings, typically involving senior leaders and HR, where they review employees' performance, potential, and career aspirations. During these reviews, typically employees are plotted on a 9-box grid, a common tool that plots performance versus potential. Discussions happen about their readiness for advancement, and potential development needs are identified. It's a systematic way to get a holistic view of the organization's talent landscape. The outcomes of talent reviews directly feed into both career planning discussions for those individuals and the broader succession plans. If an employee is identified as high potential but not yet ready for a specific successor role, their development plan is revised to help them gain the necessary experience faster. Simultaneously, the organization gains clarity on where its deepest talent pools are and where greater investment in development is needed to build future capability. It connects individual growth to organizational strategy. Cultivating internal pipelines means intentionally building a deep bench of talent ready to step into roles at various levels, not just the very top. This is achieved by consistently implementing career planning and succession planning processes throughout the organization, identifying potential at all levels, and investing in their development. When you have strong internal pipelines, you reduce reliance on external hiring, which can be costly and time-consuming, and you increase internal promotion rates, which significantly boosts employee morale and loyalty. It demonstrates a commitment to growing your own talent. Developing employees for future roles is not just about structured training. It often involves experiential learning, like cross-training, job rotations, or leading special projects that push them outside their comfort zone. These experiences help individuals build a broader perspective, develop new skills, and demonstrate their capabilities in different contexts. It's critical to match development opportunities to the specific needs of the potential future role and the individual's learning style. Practical application is often the most impactful form of development. Ultimately, effective career planning and succession planning are about creating a culture where development is prioritized and potential is recognized and nurtured. It's about ensuring that as the organization evolves and key roles turn over, there's a ready supply of capable internal candidates prepared to step up. This approach strengthens organizational stability, enhances employee engagement, and provides a clear return on investment through reduced recruitment costs and increased productivity driven by internal talent. These processes aren't HR overhead. They are strategic imperatives for long-term success. Thanks for joining me for this exploration of career planning and succession. See you in the next lecture. Welcome back, everyone. Today, we're going to dive into a crucial part of the HR landscape, the fundamental principles that underpin how people are paid and provided for within an organization, delving into compensation and benefits. Ultimately, the way a company structures its pay packages and non-monetary rewards significantly impacts its ability to attract capable individuals, retain valuable contributors, and foster something resembling a stable workforce, which I'd argue is rather important. Getting this right isn't merely an exercise in administrative process. It's a critical strategic lever, influencing everything from morale and productivity to the very caliber of the talent pool you can hope to build. Think about it. The prospect of a job isn't solely about the interesting work or the company culture, though those certainly matter. Fundamentally, people seek employment to earn a living, and the total value proposition offered by an employer, encompassing direct compensation and the myriad forms of indirect compensation, known as benefits, is a tangible measure of the value the organization places on their contribution. Messing this up means you're either overpaying needlessly or worse, failing to secure the people you actually need because your offering isn't competitive or perceived as fair. Let's start by dissecting compensation structures themselves. At its core, compensation typically consists of base pay, which is the fixed salary or hourly wage an employee receives, and variable pay, which can fluctuate based on performance, achieving specific goals, or profitability of the company. Distinguishing clearly between fixed and variable components is essential. Fixed pay provides a sense of security and covers basic living costs, while variable pay serves as an incentive, aligning individual effort with organizational outcomes, or at least attempting to. Building on this, organizations often implement pay grades or bands, creating ranges for specific job roles or levels of responsibility. This provides a structured framework for defining salary levels, managing internal pay equity, and establishing clear progression paths within the organization. Without such a structure, you invite chaos and inconsistency, making it difficult to explain compensation decisions and almost guaranteeing perceptions of unfairness among the workforce. The process by which an organization determines the relative worth of different jobs within its internal structure is known as job evaluation. This critically important step isn't about evaluating the person performing the job, but the job itself, its duties, responsibilities, required skills, effort, and working conditions. A robust job evaluation process ensures internal equity, meaning jobs of perceived equal value are compensated similarly, which is a foundational element for employee morale and trust. Various methods exist for conducting job evaluation, each with its own strengths and complexities. Simpler non-quantitative methods include ranking, where jobs are simply ordered from highest to lowest value, and classification, which involves grouping jobs into predefined grades or classes based on comparing job descriptions to class definitions. While relatively easy to implement, these subjective approaches can lack the rigor needed for large or complex organizations with a wide array of roles, potentially leading to disputes or inconsistencies. More analytical and quantitative methods provide a more granular and arguably fairer approach. The factor comparison method involves identifying key job factors like skill, effort, responsibility, and working conditions, and then ranking jobs against each factor, assigning monetary values or points to establish a relative worth. Most commonly, However, organizations utilize the point method, where specific job factors are identified, weighted according to their importance, and then each job is rated against these factors, accumulating points that translate into a pay grade or range. This systematic approach, when done correctly, provides a defensible rationale for internal pay differences, mitigating the risks of discrimination claims and fostering a sense of procedural fairness. Ensuring internal equity is only half of the compensation puzzle. The other half is external competitiveness. This is where market salary benchmarking comes into play, examining what other employers are paying for similar roles in the relevant geographical and industry markets. Understanding market rates is vital because if your compensation falls significantly below average, you'll struggle to attract talent, and your existing employees may eventually seek opportunities elsewhere, leading to costly turnover. The primary source for market data is typically compensation surveys conducted by consulting firms or industry associations, gathering granular pay information from participating organizations. These surveys provide valuable data points on salary ranges, bonuses, and other forms of compensation broken down by job title, industry, location, and organizational size. Simply acquiring a survey isn't enough. However, the real work lies in analyzing the data, identifying appropriate comparison points, and understanding how your organization's structure aligns or misaligns with the external market. Using benchmarking data involves carefully selecting jobs within your structure that closely match roles in the survey data, often called benchmark jobs, and comparing your current pay ranges to the market percentiles. You might aim to position your organization at the market median 50th percentile, or perhaps higher, 75th percentile and above, if you're pursuing a strategy of being a compensation leader to attract top-tier talent. Conversely, some organizations might position themselves slightly below the median if they offer exceptionally strong benefits or other non-monetary rewards, following a different talent attraction strategy. The key is intentionality, understanding where you stand and deciding where you want to be relative to the market and your strategic goals. Beyond direct pay, benefits constitute a significant and often equally important part of the total compensation package. These are forms of indirect compensation provided to employees in addition to their wages or salaries. Benefits can range from legally mandated provisions like Social Security contributions and unemployment insurance to voluntary offerings such as health insurance, retirement plans, paid time off, life insurance, disability insurance, and various fringe benefits like tuition reimbursement or wellness programs. Their importance cannot be overstated. Comprehensive benefits often rank alongside salary as a primary factor candidates consider when evaluating job offers. Designing a benefits package requires careful consideration of multiple factors: the cost to the organization, the demographic makeup and needs of the workforce, the competitive landscape, and relevant legal requirements. Health insurance, for instance, represents a substantial cost for most employers, leading to complex decisions about plan types like HMO, PPO, HDHB, coverage levels, and employee cost sharing through premiums, deductibles, and copays. Retirement plans, such as 401k, S in the U.S. or equivalent schemes elsewhere, are crucial for long-term financial security and vary widely in terms of employer contributions and vesting schedules. It's easy to fall into the trap of seeing compensation and benefits as separate silos, but a more strategic perspective views them as integrated components within a broader total rewards framework. Total rewards encompasses everything an employee receives as a result of the employment relationship. This includes not only compensation, fixed and variable, and benefits, health, retirement, time off, but also aspects like recognition programs, opportunities for learning and development, the work environment, and work-life balance initiatives. Thinking about total rewards acknowledges that employees are motivated by a mix of tangible and intangible factors. A well-designed total reward strategy recognizes that different elements appeal to different employees or different stages in their careers. While competitive pay and robust health insurance might be paramount for many, opportunities for career growth or a flexible work schedule could be equally or more persuasive for others. By considering this entire ecosystem of rewards, organizations can create a more compelling employee value proposition that aligns with their culture and strategic objectives, moving beyond simply matching market pay to genuinely differentiating themselves as an employer. Ultimately, the goal of mastering compensation and benefits fundamentals is to leverage these tools strategically to attract and retain the talent necessary for organizational success. A competitive compensation structure, supported by fair internal job evaluation and informed by market benchmarking, ensures you can hire the right people without overpaying or underpaying. A thoughtful benefits package addresses employees' needs for security, health, and future planning, increasing loyalty and reducing regrettable turnover, provided it's communicated effectively so employees actually understand its value. When compensation, benefits, and the broader total rewards elements are intentionally designed to work together, aligned with the company's culture and business strategy, they become powerful instruments in building and maintaining a high-performing workforce. It's not just about paying people. It's about creating a system of reward that is equitable, competitive, motivates productive behavior, and reinforces the value of employee contributions to the organization's goals. Get the structure right, understand your market, meet the needs of your people, and you've laid a solid foundation. See you in the next lecture. Hello, everyone, and welcome back. Today, we delve into a really crucial aspect of managing your workforce, thinking about how engaged and well cared for your employees are. This isn't just a feel-good topic. It has a significant impact on the bottom line and the overall health of your organization. We're going to explore what employee engagement and well-being actually mean in a practical HR context, and look at ways to cultivate both within your company. Employee engagement isn't simply about employees being happy. It's a measure of the psychological investment they have in their organization. Engaged employees are emotionally committed. They believe in the organization's mission and values, and they actively contribute to its success. They don't just show up for a paycheck. They bring their best selves to work and are willing to go the extra mile because they feel a sense of purpose and belonging. Think of it as the difference between someone just doing their job requirements and someone who is truly passionate about their work and the company's goals. This level of commitment translates directly into higher productivity, better customer service, and a greater likelihood of staying with the company long term. When people feel connected and valued, they are naturally more motivated and resilient in facing challenges. Measuring engagement is typically done through various feedback mechanisms, most commonly employee surveys. These can range from comprehensive annual questionnaires to shorter, more frequent pulse surveys that check the temperature of specific teams or initiatives. The key is to not just collect data, but to understand what the results are telling you and, crucially, to act on that information to drive meaningful change. Numerous factors influence how engaged an employee feels, and these factors often relate directly back to how they experience daily work life. Effective leadership, opportunities for growth and development, feeling recognized for contributions, and having a clear understanding of how their work impacts the larger organization are all significant drivers. A strong, positive organizational culture provides the necessary foundation for these drivers to flourish and for engagement levels to rise across the board. Consider the role of feedback. Employees need to know how they're performing and how they can improve. A lack of regular, constructive feedback can leave people feeling adrift and undervalued, which quickly erodes engagement. Conversely, providing clear performance expectations and acknowledging achievements, no matter how small, reinforces their value and encourages continued commitment to doing good work. Interestingly, autonomy plays a huge role here. When employees are given trust and flexibility in how they manage their tasks and time, they often feel more empowered and responsible. This sense of ownership is a powerful motivator and contributes significantly to their feeling of being a respected professional rather than just a cog in a machine. It shows them that the organization trusts their judgment and competence. Now, let's pivot slightly to employee well-being, which is closely related but distinct. Well-being isn't just about physical health programs. It encompasses a holistic view of an employee's health, including mental, emotional, social, and even financial aspects. A truly well employee feels safe, supported, and has the resources to manage stress and maintain health not only at work, but in their personal life as well. Why is this important for organizations? Because employee well-being directly impacts their capacity to be productive and engaged. When employees are struggling with stress, burnout, financial insecurity, or mental health issues, their ability to focus, collaborate, and perform at their best is significantly diminished. High levels of stress or poor health also contribute to increased absenteeism and higher turnover rates. Organizations committed to employee well-being implement various programs and policies to support their staff. This might include access to mental health counseling, promoting work-life balance through flexible schedules or generous leave policies, offering financial wellness resources, or creating a physically safe and comfortable work environment. It's about creating a culture where employees feel it's okay not to be okay and that support is available. For instance, a company might partner with an employee assistance program, EAP, to provide confidential counseling services for employees and their families. Or they might offer workshops on stress management, mindfulness, or financial planning. These initiatives signal that the organization cares about the employee as a whole person, not just their work output, building trust and loyalty in the process. Flexible work arrangements, such as working from home or setting compressed work weeks, are another powerful tool supporting well-being. They allow employees to better manage personal responsibilities, reduce commute stress, and often work during their peak productivity times. This adaptability is crucial in today's world and is increasingly expected by the workforce. The connection between engagement and well-being should be fairly clear by now. They're mutually reinforcing. An engaged employee is more likely to participate in well-being programs and feel supported by their organization, which in turn can improve their well-being. Conversely, an employee who feels their well-being is supported is more likely to have the physical and mental energy to be engaged and committed to their work. Trying to boost engagement without addressing underlying well-being issues is often a frustrating endeavor. If employees are burnout and stressed, asking them to be more enthusiastic and committed is like asking someone with a broken leg to run faster. The foundational needs for health and security must be met before higher-level psychological needs like engagement can truly flourish within the workplace context. Therefore, a strategic approach integrates initiatives aimed at both engagement and well-being. This means looking at recognition programs alongside stress reduction initiatives, considering career development opportunities hand in hand with workload management. It's about creating a virtuous cycle where a focus on employee health and happiness naturally leads to greater investment and dedication for your workforce. Pulse surveys and feedback mechanisms, while great for measuring engagement, can also be adapted to gauge well-being. Asking questions about workload manageability, feelings of stress, access to necessary resources, and comfort with speaking up about challenges provides valuable insights into the well-being landscape of the organization. This data can then inform targeted interventions where they are most needed. Implementing programs like mental health first aid training for managers empowers leadership to recognize and respond to signs of distress among their team members. This not only provides a critical support layer, but also helps destigmatize mental health discussions within the workplace. Such visible support contributes significantly to a culture where well-being is openly acknowledged and prioritized. Recognition programs are a prime example of an initiative that contributes to both engagement and well-being. When employees feel seen and appreciated for their efforts, it boosts morale, reinforces positive behaviors, and strengthens their connection to the organization. This feeling of being valued is fundamental to both psychological well-being and active engagement. Think about simple things like celebrating team successes, providing timely praise, or implementing peer-to-peer recognition systems. These actions, when done authentically and consistently, build a culture of appreciation. This positive feedback loop makes employees feel good about their work environment and motivates them to continue contributing at a high level, benefiting both their well-being and their engagement. Ultimately, investing in employee engagement and well-being is not just the right thing to do from a human perspective. It's a strategic imperative for any successful organization. It leads to a more motivated, productive, and resilient workforce, reducing the costs associated with turnover and absenteeism. It builds a positive employer brand that attracts future talent and reinforces the organization's values, both internally and externally. By implementing systematic approaches to understand and improve how employees feel about their work and their overall health, HR professionals can play a pivotal role in creating thriving workplaces. This involves leveraging data from surveys, providing supportive resources, training leaders, and fostering a culture where both high performance and personal well-being are expected and actively cultivated. It's a continuous process requiring ongoing attention and adaptation, but the returns in terms of workforce performance and organizational health are undeniable. See you in the next lecture. Hello there. You've successfully navigated the complexities of HR Powerhouse, reaching the culmination of this journey. We've covered a substantial amount of ground, progressing from the fundamental core functions of human resources right through to advanced talent management and performance strategies. Reflecting on the past modules, we delve into the critical role HR plays in shaping organizations, understanding the non-negotiable aspects of employment law, and fostering ethical, diverse, and inclusive workplaces. We established how HR isn't just administrative, but a strategic partner, leveraging technology and data analytics to drive business success. We then shifted our focus to attracting and securing the right talent, examining everything from strategic workforce planning and crafting effective job descriptions to mastering sourcing methods, candidate screening techniques, and the often delicate process of offer management and negotiation. The crucial initial phase of onboarding and early engagement was also a key area of exploration, setting new hires up for long-term success. The course further equipped you with the skills necessary for effective performance management, including setting clear goals with relevant KPIs, providing constructive feedback, and coaching for continuous improvement. Developing employees through targeted training programs, planning career paths, and understanding the nuances of compensation, benefits, engagement, and well-being rounded out our exploration of fostering a thriving workforce. You now possess a holistic view of the HR landscape and the practical knowledge to make a tangible impact. Now that you've built this robust foundation, consider how you can apply these insights within your own professional context. Think about the specific challenges you face daily and how the frameworks and best practices discussed here can provide structured solutions or innovative approaches to improve outcomes. This knowledge isn't just theoretical. It's a toolkit for real-world application in managing people and driving organizational effectiveness. This understanding opens doors to various paths for expanding your expertise further. Whether you choose to specialize in a particular HR domain, like compensation and benefits or talent acquisition, pursue certifications from recognized bodies to validate your skills, or expand your professional network to learn from peers. The next steps are about building upon the solid base you've now established in essential HR principles. Best of luck in your continued journey.